The legislative session of August 30th, 2022 is hereby called to order. Colleagues, please rise for the invocation by Pastor Bentley Thomas. Pastor Thomas, please come forward of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March.
Let us pray. Eternal God and our Father, we thank you for the privilege you've given to us to call upon your name. God, we pray today that you may smile upon us. And we ask that you please let every legislator understand that God has put them in this position to represent him for the benefit of the people of these islands. Help them, oh God, to ever have this God-conscious attitude, knowing that every decision that is made must be glorifying God and be beneficial to the people. So as they deliberate today, Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus that you guide their minds, keep their minds in the right place, and Lord, give them the strength where they need it, because this is the most critical body in these islands. Suffer from disdain, ridicule, and everything that's uncomely. But you put them here, Lord. Protect them. Never let them be intimidated by anything outside of what the purpose that you have called them for. We ask, oh God, that today may be a day of thanksgiving, when all hearts at the end of the day might say it was good to be here. And God did hear our prayer, and God answered our prayer, and that God worked through us the way he wanted to work through us. And Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus, for anyone that does not know Christ as Savior, may they put their trust in you. For we know you did say in your word, when the righteous rule, the people are happy. But when the wicked rule, the people mourn. So we pray, oh God, that you may bless each senator today with the power that you have, with the will that you have, with the grace and the mercy that you have, so that they can make the decisions to the glory of God and the benefit of all the people of these islands. Give them the wisdom needed. In the name of Jesus Christ, O Lord, we ask all these things. And let us all say, amen.
Thank you to Pastor Bentley Thomas, a longtime pastor here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Thank you for your blessings and your prayers for wisdom over our proceedings today. Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, can we get the roll call, please?
Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, present. Angel Bolcas Jr. Senator Angel L. Bolcas Jr., present. Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., present. Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, present. Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Present.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, present. Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, present. Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., present. Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, present. Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Kurt A. Vialet, present. Genevieve R. Whitaker, present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, present. Madam President, we have all 15 present and accounted for.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record today?
No, Madam President.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you please place today's agenda on the record?
Consideration of floor agenda, Block 1, nominees and resolutions. BR 22-1164, a resolution to reorganize the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to fill a vacancy in the Majority Caucus. Nominations: Gerson Martinez, VI Aquaculture and Mariculture Commission; Dale Browne, Virgin Islands Conservation District; Carl Tesitor Jr., Virgin Islands Conservation District; Dr. Learie Lindsay, VI Board of Medical Examiners; Dr. William DeLone, UVI Research and Technology Park Board of Directors. Committee of the Whole, the 34th Legislature will step down into the Committee of the Whole to take testimony on the following: Bill number 34-0289, an act amending Act number 8474 relating to the fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. Invited testifiers: Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor; Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Management and Budget; Cindy Richardson, Director, VI Division of Personnel. Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the Government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., a United States Virgin Islands Corporation. Invited testifiers: Wayne L. Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority; Gregory Hummel, Esquire, Senior Counsel, Brian Cave Lethan Pasner, LLP; Carl Marshall, Esquire, Partner, Brian Cave Lethan Pasner, LLC; Joe Gould, Managing Director, Fortress Investment Group, LLC; Peter Brogan, Vice President, Fortress Investment Group, LLC; Ali Imal, Managing Director, Fortress Investment Group, LLC; Renee Marie Andre, Esquire, Legal Counsel, Marjorie Raw Roberts, PC. Block 2, Bills. Bill number 34-0244, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 191A and D, to expand and clarify the definition of naturopathic medicine and the physical modalities used in the practice of naturopathy. Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So today we're going to take testimony on Bill number 34-0289 and testimony on Bill number 34-0299. At this time, the 34th Legislature will now dissolve into the Committee of the Whole. We are now in Committee of the Whole to take testimonies on Bill number 34-0289 and Bill number 34-0299. The committee will take a 1-minute recess so the testifiers could make their way into the well. The Committee of the Whole is back on the record. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to read Bill number 34-0299 back into the record. The order is Bill number 34-0289. However, I am not seeing the one of the government representative, and we have to move forward with this meeting. So please read Bill number 34-0299 back into the record.
Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation. Invited testifiers: Wayne L. Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority; Gregory Hummel, Esquire, Senior Counsel, Brian Cave Lethan Paisner, LLP; Carl Marshall, Esquire, Partner, Brian Cave Lethan Paisner, LLP; Joe Gould, Managing Director, Fortress Investment Group, LLC; Peter Brogan, Vice President, Fortress Investment Group, LLC; Ali Elam, Managing Director, Fortress Investment Group, LLC; Renee Marie Andre Esquire, Legal Counsel, Marjorie Rawl Roberts, PC. This concludes the reading of the bill and the testifiers, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see that we have 7 individuals before us today on the matter of Bill number 34-0299, which is the act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc. And is it okay for me to say Frenchman's Reef? It's okay for me to say that so our community could understand what we're doing here. So it's Frenchman's Reef, okay? All right, so what we're going to ask is each of the testifiers, please put your name and title on the record. And we're going to start from my left. Your right.
Good morning. My name is Ali Elam. I'm a managing director at Fortress Investments Group in New York, and I am responsible for hotel acquisitions and financings for the group.
Good morning. My name is Joe Gould, Managing Director of Fortress Investment Group, and I take care of our asset management for all hospitality.
Good morning. My name is Peter Brogan, Vice President of Asset Management with Fortress Investment Group, and I work on hospitality asset management.
Could you state your name again?
Peter Brogan.
Okay.
Good morning. Renee Marie Andre. I'm legal counsel for CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc.
Good morning. Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Good morning. Carl Marshall, a partner at Brian Cave Leighton Paisner, advisor to the Economic Development Authority.
Good morning. Greg Hummel, Senior Counsel, Brian Cave Leighton Paisner, also Counsel to the Economic Development Authority. Thank you.
State your name again.
Greg Hummel.
I'm trying to make sure that you're on our list. Okay, got it. Gregory Hummel. So are we missing anyone? Did I miss Carl Marshall? Okay. So you went my way. All right, so we have everyone. So thank you for being here. And who will testify on behalf of the entire group? Or do we have several? Well, of course, EDA has their testimony. So we're going to start with EDA, and then we're going to start with the government, and then we're going to go to the private sector.
Madam President, I'll give the testimony on behalf of the U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, and both Gregory Hummel and Carl Marshall is here as support for any questions thereafter.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, Senators of the 34th Legislature, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Team, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Here with me today are Gregory Hummel, Esquire, and Carl Marshall, Esquire, of the law firm Bryan Cave Leighton Paisner, LLP, our outside counsel on this project. Also in chambers with me here today is Ms. Rosa Thomas, the Assistant Chief Executive Officer, and she's available if. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF3 USVI Hotel Owner Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is in full support of ratification of the development agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF3 USVI Hotel Owner Inc. The Hotel Development Act, which we refer to as HDA, which is administered by the VI Economic Development Authority, was originally passed into law in 2011. On September 16, 2019, the 33rd Legislature passed several significant HDA amendments with the understanding that it was important to the economy of the territory to get hotel and resort properties damaged from Hurricanes Irma and Maria in September 2017 reconstructed and in operation as quickly as possible, as well as assist future hotel and resort development projects with financing. These amendments were signed into law by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. on October 7, 2019. The HDA's preamble clearly indicates the intent of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands in passing this act unanimously. I quote, "Whereas the legislature codified the Hotel Development Act in Title 29, Chapter Virgin Islands Code, and declared that A, the tourist, hotel, and resort industry constitute a major element of the territorial economic structure. B, additional hotel accommodations and tourist facilities and services are essential to the further development of the territory's tourism industry. C, additional hotel accommodations and tourist facilities have a direct impact on the local economy through construction, wages, and other benefits, and will grow the economy of the Virgin Islands. D, the provision of such additional accommodation and facilities, particularly on the island of St. Croix, is declared for the purpose of assisting in the economic growth, restoration, and revitalization of certain underdeveloped areas. E, in order to promote the tourism industry of the Virgin Islands, it is essential to provide for the planning, financing, acquisition, construction, improvement, maintenance, and operation of new hotels in the territory. F, the development of additional hotel accommodations and facilities is calculated to result in significant contribution to the public welfare and prosperity of the Virgin Islands. And G, using the future gains in taxes to assist in the development of areas which would not otherwise happen solely through private investment, is reasonably foreseeable future has been proven to have a positive economic impact in their areas of operation. Whereas the Hotel Development Act did not include provisions addressing renovation and reconstruction of hotels and resorts in the Virgin Islands or economic recovery. Whereas the economic base and growth of the Virgin Islands were catastrophically impacted by being hit by two Category 5 hurricanes, Irma and Maria, in September 2017, which caused severe damage to the infrastructure of the Virgin Islands. Whereas the damage to the tourism sector has long-term consequences to the people of the Virgin Islands and those visiting the Virgin Islands. Whereas the territory needs to restore revenue sources through renovation and reconstruction of existing hotels and resorts, and to attract investment in new hotels and resorts to provide revenue to the Virgin Islands and to recapture a dominant position in tourism within the Caribbean region. Whereas new tools for attracting financing and implementing investment in hotel development now exist, which can support the Hotel Development Act. Whereas the Hotel Development Act needs to be expanded to facilitate economic recovery and continue to promote new hotel and resort development in the territory, as well as provide new incentives for rebuilding existing hotels and resorts in the Virgin Islands through substantial reconstruction and renovation. And whereas adding the below provided revisions, additions, and repeals will accomplish the goal of renewing the Hotel Development Act by expanding its provisions to promote investment in the Virgin Islands and to enhance economic development throughout the territory. Now, therefore, be it enacted by the legislature of the Virgin Islands, unquote. The new Hotel Development Act provided the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority with a new finance tool to assist in getting severely damaged hotels and resorts reconstructed and back in operation by allowing the developer to obtain 1/2 of the 12.5% designated hotel room occupancy tax the hotel generated from its room rentals to liquidate debt it incurred in the approved project's reconstruction. The Hotel Development Act's designated hotel room occupancy tax rebate is approved by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority Governing Board. The Hotel Development Act also allows for the developer to request to assess an add-on economic recovery fee of up to 7.5%. The ERF amount is recommended by an ERF committee comprised of the Commissioner of Finance, the Commissioner of Tourism, and a VIEDA board member or designee, and approved by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority's Governing Board. Once approved by the board, a development agreement is negotiated. The development agreement, with the board's approval and recommendation, is forwarded to the governor for review, and the governor then approves and transmits to the legislature for ratification. On December 6, 2020, Diamond Rock Frenchman Owner Inc., known as Diamond Rock, the former owners of Frenchman's Reef Marriott Resort and Morningstar Beach Resort, located in Frenchman's Bay, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, filed an Economic Recovery Fee HDA application with the Economic Recovery Fee Committee under the Hotel Development Act to impose a 2.5% economic recovery fee to assist with its financing of the reconstruction and renovation of the resort pursuant to 29 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1312C2. On July 9, 2020, the board, 1, approved the ERF's committee recommendation to allow Diamond Rock to assess a 2.5% ERF for a 30-year period as reimbursement for a portion of the cost to reconstruct and upgrade the resort, and 2, required Diamond Rock to submit an HD application for consideration of the 50% of its designated hotel occupancy room tax to reimburse Diamond Rock for a portion of the cost to reconstruct and upgrade the resort for a period of 30 years. On November 20th, 2020, the board approved Diamond Rock's request and granted it the use of the designated hotel occupancy room tax at 50% or 6.25% of the room revenues to be used to reimburse a portion of the costs of the reconstruction and upgrade of said resort for a period of 30 years or until such time that the direct investment of $136,300,000 is liquidated, whichever is earlier. On September 30th, 2022, CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner Inc. purchased the shares of Diamond Rock Frenchman's Owner Inc. On September 3rd, 2021, CREF 3 filed an application with VIEDA requesting approval to secure 50% of the designated hotel room occupancy tax and the right to charge an economic recovery fee of 2.5%. CREF also sought approval to issue hotel development notes in accordance with Virgin Islands Code, annotated Title 29, Sections 1308, 1309, and 1310, to assist with its financing of the reconstruction and renovation of the resort. On December 23rd, the VIEDA board voted unanimously to approve CREF 3's use of the designated hotel room occupancy tax at 50% or 6.25% and assess a 2.5% economic recovery fee for a period of 30 years or until such time that the direct investment of $244,940,000 is liquidated, whichever is earlier. On June 7th, 2022, the board approved the first draft of the redevelopment agreement. Minor changes were negotiated and incorporated into the original redevelopment agreement, and on August 9th, 2022, the VIEDA board approved the final draft of the redevelopment agreement and transmitted it to the governor for review and approval on August 17th, 2022. Over the past several months, the VIEDA, in collaboration with its sister agencies and CREF3, have worked together to finalize the Frenchman's Reef Development Agreement, which sets forth the respective obligations of the parties and the terms and conditions. In accordance with Section 1307C, the agreement has been approved by Governor Browne Jr. and is now before the legislature for ratification. The development agreement before you, this august body for ratification today, is the first Hotel Development Act application. I humbly request that you ratify this agreement and send a strong signal to developers that the U.S. Virgin Islands is open for business and supports hotel and resort development in the territory. Excuse me. As previously stated, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is in full support of the ratification of the Frenchman's Reef Redevelopment Agreement. My team members and I are available to answer questions and discuss the Frenchman's Reef Redevelopment Agreement.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Biggs. Who speaks to the private sector?
Good morning, Madam President. We all do, but I will be beginning our testimony.
You'll be providing the testimony?
I will start.
Please put your name and title on the record. So what is the procedure you want to use?
Renee Marie Andre, legal counsel for CREF3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc. I will be starting the testimony, and then each of our team members will be picking up on the testimony.
The various sections of the testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed. As you pick up the various sections of the testimony, please put your name and title on the record. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Attorney Andre.
Good morning, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senate President, the Honorable Novell Francis Jr., Senate Vice President, and other honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, staff, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Renee Marie Andre of Margie Rawls Roberts PC, and I am excited to appear before you today as legal counsel for CREF3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., which I will refer to throughout my testimony as CREF3. With me today are Mr. Joe Gold, the Managing Director of Hotel Asset Management of Fortress Investment Group, LLC, an affiliate of CREF3, which Mr. Gold will expound upon, Mr. Peter Brogan, Vice President of Asset Management of Fortress, and Mr. Ali Ilam, Managing Director of Hotel Acquisitions at Fortress. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come before you today to give testimony and answer questions regarding Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the Government of the Virgin Islands and CREF3. CREF3 is the owner of the Westin Resort and Spa at Frenchman's Reef, which I'll refer to as the Westin, and the new Autograph Collection Resort located on the southern shore of St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, which is widely known as the Frenchman's Reef. CREF3 is before the 34th Legislature today to request that the Senate ratifies the Frenchman's Reef Redevelopment Agreement, which will grant CREF3 incentives that are critical to the financing of the redevelopment of the resort. The Frenchman's Reef Redevelopment Agreement was born out of the Hotel Development Act, which is codified at 29 VIC, Section 1301 et sec. By way of brief background, the Hotel Development Act, which is administered by the Economic Development Authority, was passed in 2011 as a means to encourage and promote the development of new hotel properties where such projects were stalled due to lack of financing options in the USVI. In 2019, the HDA underwent a significant overhaul in order to promote the tourism industry of the USVI and to provide for the planning, financing, reconstruction, renovation, and maintenance of new and existing hotels in the territory. In particular, and of much import to the matter before you today, pursuant to 29 VIC Section 1313A2, up to 50% of the revenue generated from the hotel room occupancy tax for existing hotels where at least 70% of the units were previously damaged, such as by hurricanes, can be utilized for the development, construction, reconstruction, and renovation of the facility. Additionally, the amendment pursuant to 29 VIC Section 1312 provides for the imposition of an economic recovery fee to finance, fund, or cover the costs incurred for renovation, reconstruction, construction, improvement, and development of hotel properties and related facilities and infrastructure. The amount of the ERF is the difference between the percentage rate of hotel room occupancy tax applicable at the time of application, which is currently set at 12.5%, and a percentage rate over such tax not to exceed 7.5%. Today is a momentous occasion, as this is the first of what I hope will be many application under the HDA since it was enacted and under the 2019 amendment to utilize the DHROT and the ARF to secure hotel development notes on the redevelopment of an existing hotel within the territory. As you are aware, the resort was severely damaged in Hurricane Irma in 2017, and Mr. Gold will expound upon the significant cost to rebuild the resort. As a means to secure financing for the rebuild, on or about September 3rd, 2021, CREF 3 submitted an application to the EDA and was approved to be reimbursed for the cost of the redevelopment of the Frenchman's Reef from funds derived from the issuance of a series of hotel development notes secured by proceeds from the imposition of a 2.5% ERF pursuant to 29 VIC Section 1312C1 and from funds derived from the 50% of the designated hotel room occupancy tax once the resort reopens pursuant to 29 VIC 1313A2 for a period of 30 years from the date the ERF and DHROT are first collected or until $244,940,000 is reimbursed. Pursuant to 29 VIC Section 1307B, the EDA and CREF 3, along with respective counsel, have worked together to finalize the Frenchman's Reef redevelopment agreement, which sets forth the respective obligations of the parties and the terms and conditions of the DHROT and ERF approvals. And in accordance with Section 1307C, the agreement has been approved by the governor and is now before the legislature for ratification. The USVI has experienced significant loss in the wake of the 2017 hurricanes, and again in the COVID-19 pandemic. Now in 2022, the territory has the ability, with the aid and ratification of the Frenchman's Reef redevelopment agreement, to solidify its position as the ideal and premier tourist jurisdiction in the Caribbean. With the Frenchman's Reef back online, the benefits to the territory from direct and indirect revenue from the resort are immense. The territory will have the first ever autograph collection, a re-envisioned Western resort, over 400 plus new full-time employees, new dining revenues, considerable event space, and 400 plus additional rooms to its hotel products. This does not take into consideration the numerous vendors that will service the resort and its guests. The ratification of the Frenchman's Reef redevelopment agreement is a win-win for the territory and for CREF 3 and the Frenchman's Reef. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I will now turn the table over to Mr. Gold, who will be available to answer any questions.
Thank
You
you.
proceed.
My name is Joe Gould, Managing Director of Fortress Investment Group. Good morning, the Honorable Donna A. Fret Gregory, Senate President, the Honorable Novell Francis Jr., Senate Vice President, and other honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, staff, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Joe Gould, Managing Director of Hotel Asset Management at Fortress Investment Group, and I represent the new owner of the Frenchman's Reef Resort, CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., an affiliate of Fortress Investment Group, which we will hereafter simply refer to as CREF 3. By way of background, Fortress Investment Group, founded in 1998, is a leading, highly diversified global investment manager with over $53 billion in assets under management for approximately 1,800 institutional clients and private investors worldwide. Craft 3 is proud to be the new owner of the Frenchman's Reef Resort Campus, which is comprised of the Westin Beach Resort and Spa at Frenchman's Reef and the Autograph Collection Resort at Frenchman's Reef. As you recall, in 2017, Hurricanes Irma and Maria devastated Frenchman's Reef Resort. The prior owner of the resort briefly commenced reconstruction of the property. However, progress stopped at the start of COVID-19 pandemic. In April 2021, Fortress acquired the entity that owned the resort and renamed the entity Craft 3. Shortly after acquiring the resort, Craft 3 restarted construction activities. Construction is targeted to be completed in late 2022, with a soft opening date targeted for December 1st, 2022, followed by a grand opening in the first quarter of 2023. Once open, the Frenchman's Reef Resort Campus will be the premier resort destination in the Caribbean, a major economic driver for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and one of the U.S. Virgin Islands' largest employers. Now, I would like to share with you our vision for the new Frenchman's Reef Resort, followed by an update on our construction progress. As I'm sure you're all aware, Frenchman's Reef sits on 20 acres of shoreline with the main building perched high above the Caribbean Sea with unmatched views from every direction. For many years, the resort has been the backdrop for cherished memories for Virgin Islanders and tourists alike. With its convenient proximity to Charlotte and Mali and the airport, it's the ideal location for a world-class resort. Our goal is simply to build on the rich history of the Frenchman's Reef, and in doing so, we have carefully designed and branded each aspect of the property to truly create a unique experience. Prior to the destructive hurricanes in 2017, the entire Frenchman's Reef Resort was branded as Marriott property. Once reopened, Frenchman's Reef will be a campus resort destination featuring 2 individual lodging options: the Westin Beach Resort and Spa at Frenchman's Reef, the upper portion, and the Autograph Collection Resort of Frenchman's Reef, located on the beach. We have engaged an industry-leading hotel and resort management company, Aimbridge Hospitality, to manage the resort's day-to-day operations. Aimbridge is a skilled resort operator with experience managing properties in Puerto Rico, Jamaica, the Bahamas, Barbados, Curaçao, the Dominican Republic, and throughout the United States, Mexico, and Europe. Once the resort reopens, the Westin will feature 392 guest rooms, including 28 suites, and the Autograph will feature 94 beachside guest rooms, including 2 suites. The combined resort will feature 486 total guest rooms and suites, 10 distinct food and beverage outlets, 4 different pool experiences, including a children's splash pad, a kids club activity center, outdoor pickleball courts, 2 fitness centers, and over 60,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor meeting and event space. A state-of-the-art wellness spa with 13 treatment rooms, 2 retail boutiques, and a newly constructed dock, which will be home to a custom-built catamaran and starting point for many guest excursions. Upon entering the Westin, guests will be greeted by a completely redesigned open-air lobby experience. Located in the lobby is Sugarfin Bar and Sushi Restaurant, which will feature sushi, sashimi, and poke, and all paired with selections of locally distilled rums. Also located in the Westin's lobby is Frenchman's Roast, our one-stop shop for sundries and souvenirs, plus barista-inspired coffee drinks and grab-and-go food options. The resort's primary breakfast restaurant, named Shorebird, will be located on the 3rd floor of the Westin and will offer an expansive buffet and juice bar. Shorebird is also where we will host our Sunday brunches, which we know were historically popular in the local community, especially on holidays such as Mother's Day. Also on the 3rd floor of the Westin is the Harborview Grand Ballroom, the resort's largest meeting space at over 12,000 square feet and an 800-person capacity. The Westin will additionally have a number of smaller meeting breakout rooms, and the resort will have over 60,000 square feet of total indoor and outdoor venues. We expect Frenchman's Reef will once again be the #1 choice in the U.S. Virgin Islands for social gatherings, weddings, community functions, conferences, and galas. Outside of the Westin, on the pool deck, The Lunamar restaurant will serve lunch and dinner with a menu featuring coastal Mediterranean fare with a fresh Caribbean twist. The centerpiece of the Lunamar restaurant is a stunning bar with 360-degree views of the surrounding Caribbean Sea. Also on the western pool deck is Edge Bar, named for its location perched on the cliff overlooking the beach and Autograph Resort below. Edge Bar will also be the main service point for guests in the Weston's pool, and it features a swim-up bar along with the Weston's adult pool. Speaking of pools, the Weston will have 3 pools: an adult pool, a swim-up access to Edge Bar, a family pool featuring a children's splash pad and play area, and a serenity pool, which is quiet and relaxed environment with direct access to the resort spa. The pool deck area will feature towel service, drink service, and cabanas for rent. The resort spa, which we've named Heavenly Spa, will have 13 state-of-the-art treatment rooms, high-quality men's and women's locker rooms, steam rooms, saunas, and salons. We expect the spa to be popular with hotel guests, local Virgin Islanders, and other tourists just coming in for the day. Now I'd like to shift our focus from the Westin to the Autograph. At the smaller 94-room Autograph Collection Resort, guests will be greeted by a more intimate and boutique experience located steps from the beach. The guest rooms and suites at the Autograph have been redesigned and will feature luxurious furniture and finishes. The Autograph's lobby building features a completely open-air design with a stunning lobby bar called Sandbar. Looking out towards the sea, the second floor of the lobby building will feature the resort's high-end dinner-only restaurant called Isla Blue, a name that harkens back to the previous establishment, Havana Blue. The new Isla Blue will be a seafood and steak-forward fine dining restaurant where locals and tourists alike will celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, and other milestones. Isla Blue will also feature a private dining room for small events. In the center of the beach, in the former Coco Joe's location, guests will find the newly redesigned Salt Shack restaurant, which will serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The restaurant will also serve food and drinks to guests lounging on the beach. We intend to use local cuisine as inspiration for Salt Shack menu, and we plan to hire local musicians and steel drum bands to provide evening entertainment. The Autograph's pool features a swim-up bar and an infinity ledge where guests can soak in the views of the sea, cocktail in hand. The Autograph pool will also feature towel service, food and beverage service, and cabanas for rent. Finally, located on the old tennis courts, Palm Court will operate as a beach club during the day, and at night, Palm Court will be a private outdoor event venue for weddings, cocktail receptions, and galas. The Autograph Resort and all of its outlets and amenities can be easily accessed from the Westin via the renovated beach elevator or via shuttles, which will run regularly between the Westin and the Autograph lobby buildings. Our goal is truly to make Frenchman's Reef among the top beach destinations in the Caribbean, and we are grateful for the opportunity to share our vision for the opportunity with you. Next, I'd like to provide you with an update of the construction progress. Throughout construction, we've averaged between 250 to 350 construction workers on site any given time. Approximately 60 to 65% of the construction workers on site are USVI residents and we have engaged locally based contractors, subcontractors, and vendors such as Blue Water Construction, Raleigh Electric, PR Construction, OTL Mechanical, and Baschulte Landscaping. We have faced fierce headwinds throughout the construction process, and like so many others, we have dealt with rising costs due to inflation and supply chain issues impacting our ability to secure building materials. These factors have increased our project cost above our original estimates. However, we have continued to push ahead to hit our target opening date. We are planning for a soft opening of Frenchman's Reef in December 2022, with a full grand opening in the first quarter of 2023. And we're excited to welcome back the community to this beautiful property. To achieve our vision and our construction schedule, we once again ask for government assistance, and we humbly request that the Senate ratify our redevelopment agreement. Thank you for your time and consideration. I will now turn it over to Ali Alam, Managing Director of Hotel Acquisition for Fortress Investment Group, who will discuss our investment today.
Good morning. I'm Ali Alam, I'm Managing Director of
Meg, please.
Good morning. I'm Ali Elam, Managing Director of Fortress Investment Group, responsible for acquisitions and financing of hotels. Good morning. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, the Honorable Novell Francis Jr., Senate Vice President, and other honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, staff, and the viewing and listening audience. Since acquiring the resort in April 2021, Fortress has invested approximately $192 million into the project, with an additional estimated $79 million remaining to complete the construction and reopen the resort. Upon completion, including the prior owner's investment, the total reinvestment into the Frenchman's Reef is projected to be $428 million. This project is a massive financial undertaking for which we request the government's support through passage of our redevelopment agreement today. The financial assistance granted by the HDA is critical to our business plan, our construction financing strategy, and to opening the resort on time later this year. Furthermore, and for the record, the financial incentives that are contemplated by the HDA will come from the resort's own rooms revenue and associated occupancy taxes, so these benefits will not, I should repeat, it will not relocate any current U.S. Virgin Islands tax revenues that exist today. The reopening of this resort is going to be a massive economic catalyst for the island, generating substantial direct and indirect tax revenue. This is a good segue to discuss some of the economic benefits that the resort is expected to generate for the U.S. Virgin Islands over the coming years. Thank you for your time and consideration, and now I will turn things over to Peter Brogan, Vice President of our Hotel Asset Management Group.
Good morning. I'm Peter Brogan, Vice President of Hotel Asset Management at Fortress Investment Group. Good morning, Honorable Donna A. Fret Gregory, Senate President, the Honorable Novell Francis Jr., Senate Vice President, and other honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, staff, and the viewing and listening audience. I'm here representing CREF 3. CREF 3's investment in Frenchman's Reef will have a tremendous positive impact on the U.S. Virgin Islands economy. We are confident that the reopening of Frenchman's Reef will reinvigorate the USVI tourism industry and solidify St. Thomas as a leading vacation destination in the Caribbean. As the largest hotel property in the U.S. Virgin Islands, we look forward to partnering with the government and business leaders to ensure that Frenchman's Reef continues to be an integral part of helping the U.S. Virgin Islands recover economically from the 2017 hurricanes and the 2020 pandemic. According to data collected by Tourism Economics, a third-party independent research firm whose report was previously provided to the EDA, in the last full year of operations before the hurricanes hit, 2016, Frenchman's Reef hosted 14.6% of all hotel room nights in the U.S. Virgin Islands, paid 15.9% of all hotel room taxes, and accounted for 1.7% of total U.S. Virgin Islands government tax revenue. Once Frenchman's Reef reopens, the resort is once again expected to be a major tourism, economic, and employment driver for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Between direct and local jobs, Tourism Economics estimates that the resort will create over 900 jobs annually in the U.S. Virgin Islands and will generate $1.1 billion in spending in the U.S. Virgin Islands over the next 10 years. The spend generated by the resort is expected to lead to $182 million in government tax revenue for the U.S. Virgin Islands over that same 10-year period, an average of $18 million in tax revenue per year. Frenchman's Reef will provide hundreds of highly qualified jobs and livable wages to USVI residents. Once the resort is fully open and operational, we anticipate having over 400 full-time employees employed at Frenchman's Reef. These jobs will offer competitive wages, fairly priced healthcare plans, access to a 401k retirement plan, paid vacation days and holidays, and opportunities for tuition reimbursement and management training programs. Filling hundreds of open jobs will be no easy task, and we look forward to partnering with the government, the Department of Labor, and the University of the Virgin Islands to recruit qualified applicants for career opportunities at Frenchman's Reef. Our resort management company, Ambridge Hospitality, is already hearing from former employees of Marriott Frenchman's Reef who are eager to return. While this is a new resort with a new owner and a new hotel management company, rest assured that all former Marriott employees are welcome to apply to positions with Aimbridge at the new Westin and Autograph Collection resorts, subject to Aimbridge's standard application process and background checks. Aimbridge is expected to start filling open positions in late September, up through the resort's reopening in December and beyond into 2023 as business increases. It goes without saying that Frenchman's Reef has historically been deeply ingrained in the U.S. Virgin Islands and particularly the St. Thomas community. We at Fortress are extremely community-minded, and we look forward to returning Frenchman's Reef to its former status. We've already touched on some of the macroeconomic benefits that Frenchman's Reef will create for the U.S. Virgin Islands, but the benefits of this resort go much deeper than some of the statistics we shared today. We will hold ourselves to a high standard in supporting the resort's employees, and we will be a steward of this community. Soon, we can count on once again saying it happened at Frenchman's Reef. Thank you for your time and your support, and we will now happily take your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. 3 minutes? 4 minutes? 4-minute round, no more than 4. We have another matter and we have other items on our agenda. We're going to go to a 4-minute round, and I'm going to ask that we stay within the 4 minutes because we have a number of matters that we have to address today. Very quickly, before I go to the first senator, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, under Section 301, and I'm gonna. This is for ED Biggs, CEO Biggs. It says that the project site complete construction and commence business operations within the project site no later than December 31st, 2024, or any agreed upon later date. However, the testimony today says that you are intending, and of course some of us did a site visit with you most recently, and the conversation that we had, and you represented that in your testimony today, that you intend to have a soft opening on December of 2022, and you look to having the full opening sometime in early 2023. Is that correct? So, CEO Biggs, help us to understand the project site, because I just want to make sure that the commitment is there, because this is saying 2024 and the testimony is saying, and the agreement is saying 2024. I mean, it says no later than. However, I think we need to make sure that we are clear, and what we're discussing today and what our community is hearing is that this CREF 3, the new Frenchman's Reef, will be open, soft opening later this year. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that, and we don't come back a few months later and hear, well, the agreement says this, so we have some more time, because this has been a long time coming. It has been. Okay?
Yeah, if you look to the entire paragraph, it talks about the project restarting July 1, 2022. And then you're correct. It says will commence business operations no later than December 31, 2024. What we did when we were crafting this is we crafted some leeway into the agreement so we didn't have to come back and modify the agreement. We anticipate that they're going to meet the deadlines as they indicated, where they'll have the soft opening in December of 2022 and the hard opening in 2023. But we couldn't project any type of natural disasters or anything else that may be forthcoming. So we sort of put in a little buffer in regard to the dates there. But we anticipate that they will be opening as indicated in their testimony.
Okay, barring no natural disasters. Mr. Gould?
Yes, that is correct. Our commitment is we're completely aligned to open this as absolute soon as we possibly can. What we can't anticipate is the windy season coming up, and hopefully, no disruptions. We are firmly committed to hand in hand with Marriott, being the franchise group, to get this fully open in the first quarter of 2023. We have launched the December 1 as that soft opening date to allow us ample time to get employees in, do test runs, get everybody fully amped up before going into the tourist season for 2023. So we are firmly committed to the date to hit that. We can't, however, that cushion was asked for to mitigate against any unforeseeable natural disasters.
So very quickly, as it relates to the soft opening, do you have reservations associated with a soft opening, or what we're really looking forward to is is early 2023?
Yes. To take you down the road a little bit without getting too complicated on the Marriott process, since they are our franchise company and leads into our central reservation system, they are closely monitoring as well to make sure that we are appropriately buttoned up, so to speak, with the construction process to start taking those reservations. We currently, if you go online, you can start booking as soon as February 15th on the central reservation for the Westin. So our goal is, as we approach the December 1 date, is to continue to pull that back in once we get confidence in that opening date. So, as we say in the industry, you only have one opportunity to make a first impression. So we want to make sure that we're fully engaged with our employees and the facility upon that opening date. So that's the little bit ambiguity between the soft and the hard opening date.
Wanted to make sure that we had clear clarification on that.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory, my staff, central staff. My first set of questions I want to dive into has to do with, as you spoke earlier, potentially going to recoup about $250 million, give or take. What kind of investment overall did you put into this project for a total cost?
I'm sorry, it's Ali Ilam. I'm the Managing Director of Acquisitions. So far, we have spent approximately $198 million to this date. That includes the acquisition cost and money we've spent so far. And we have approximately $79 million more to be spent until we open the hotel in December. So that will be a total of $248 million.
Okay, so based on what you're sharing with us, this is almost the government partnering with you and basically reimbursing you for building back out the entire hotel, based on what I'm calculating and what you're saying to us.
The amount of funds that we will clear from this financing that we're looking to do is only $36 million.
About $36 million?
$36 million.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you done any type of projections for on an annual basis? Because, this is a give and take. We are really attempting to support you guys coming back strong into the community because of jobs and what you guys have done within the community over the years being a part of the Virgin Islands. But have you done any kind of annual analysis to see what kind of revenues that we're going to get back? Because it's symbiotic. We're giving, so what are we going to get back in return for all of this assistance?
So Peter can assist me with this, but we expect that the hotel will generate revenues of about $110 million per year.
Okay, 110?
110 million.
Okay.
So there will be taxes of approximately $12.5 million, a little bit more, $13.5 million per year, and government will keep half of that. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong.
What? Okay, y'all just threw me off a little bit. Explain a little bit better.
Yeah.
So, Peter Brogan, Vice President, Asset Management, Fortress Investment Group. So to clarify, the report that we commissioned by Tourism Economics, which is a third-party independent research firm that does macroeconomic studies of projects like this, their projections, which I believe were provided to the Senate prior to this hearing, show that there's an estimated $1.1 billion of spend projected to come from this project into the local USVI economy over the next 10-year period.
1 minute.
1.1 billion. Apologies.
Okay. Over the next 10 years.
Over the next 10 years, correct.
Okay.
And
we
that,
could see a percentage of the taxes and we'll get half of it.
so To clarify, that's total economic activity.
Okay.
That same report projects that over that same 10-year period, the resort will generate $182 million of tax revenue for
Okay.
the Virgin Islands. So approximately $18 million of tax revenue per year over the
On an
next
annual
10-year
basis.
period.
I got it. I'm trying to rush because I'm running out of time. I want to touch a little bit on the employees. What is your minimum? For example, our minimum wage here in the Virgin Islands, I think, is $10.50. What is your lowest paying job versus your highest? Because a lot of times people hear hotel and they're thinking lower paying jobs. We want to make sure for all of this symbiotic work we're doing with you that the people of the territory are going to get quality jobs. Give me an example of some of the types of funding payments for jobs with your company.
Sure. So
You may answer on the chair's time. Senator,
you.
your time has been called. You may answer.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I don't have specific wage rates in front of me. Ambridge Hospitality, the management company that we engage to operate the hotel on our behalf, they will be the employer of the employees at the property, just as Marriott was in the past on behalf of Diamond Rock, the former owner. So they will set those wage rates for the different employees. But they are committed to making sure that the wages that we offer at the resort are competitive and livable wages. We understand that it is a tight labor market today in the U.S. Virgin Islands, especially in the hospitality and tourism sector. So to attract the level of talent that we need to operate this resort, we anticipate offering wages that are going to be attractive to the community to encourage people to apply to our positions.
Thank you. Very quickly, in your 180 million tax revenues at your projection over the 10-year period, is employment taxes included in that?
If you give me a moment here, pulling up the report.
As far as I know, that's not the case. I think that is just the occupancy tax.
No,
But then it's more.
I think it might be total revenue.
Okay, while you look, I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator DeGraff, you recognize, and you could answer once you find it.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Chair.
recognized for your 3 minutes, Senator.
Good morning,
4 minutes.
colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present, and welcome. The ratio of locals to persons from off island that you will have at the hotel would be, do you have a set ratio? In terms of 50% locals, 50% off island?
If I may, Renee Andre, legal counsel. You may be aware that the hotel is also a beneficiary under the Economic Development Commission. And as an EDC beneficiary, the hotel is required to have a ratio of 80% USVI residents at all times.
Sound good. Would the previous employees who worked at Frenchman before it was destroyed be rehired or given any preference?
As indicated by Mr. Brogan in his testimony, they are definitely welcome to apply. There is a new management company, so they will have to go through an application process. And provided they qualify, then yes, they will be rehired.
Okay. Now, I saw in the EDAs, I guess the motion that they have in number 2, that VI EDA acknowledge and approve that the St. Thomas Resort Autograph Collection presently anticipated to be named the Seabourn may change its name but will remain an autograph collection. Now, autograph collections are individually owned entities, each hotels, or are they under an affiliate?
Yes, Joe Gould, Managing Director at Fortress. The autograph is a Marriott brand affiliation.
Okay.
So it's intended by Marriott to be a brand just like Westin or Marriott. So it's tagged as an autograph collection.
Okay, so it wouldn't be considered a sale from you own a Marriott brand, I own a Marriott brand. It's named Seabourn for you, and now I decide you can switch it over to me, and I change the name to Savan. So can it be done that way? So would it be go on as a sale?
You can, in order to name the hotel, you have to go through an approval process with Marriott. They look at it and approve whatever the name may be. Now, if we transacted the hotel, more than likely, we're buyers of hotels. We would keep the name because there's value to that name, and the next buyer would keep that subject to adopting the trademarks and the ability to use that name.
Okay, again, I'm pressed for time. So, Mr. Biggs, this is the first application. Could you explain the process? Hotel room tax, 12.5. What are we giving them out of that 12.5? Are we adding money or so the people could understand the process?
All the monies that will be paid or rebated to them are generated from their hotel rooms. So at the 12.5%, they'll get half of that back as a rebate to assist. So they have to open and they have to generate room revenue to be paid.
And the economic recovery fee is what? How do they add that on?
The economic recovery fee in this case is 2.5%, and it's an add-on tax that they charge directly to the customer. So it's not a tax that the government would ever receive either. So it's add-on on their side. It is going to be collected through the BIR, and then via mechanisms, it'll be rebated back to them. But they have to report everything and collect, and the BIR has to collect, similar to how they do occupancy taxes now.
So they can do up to 7.5%.
It could be 7.5%, but they requested a 2.5%, and that's what was approved in this case, and that's what's before the legislation and redevelopment agreement.
So basically, in closing, the hotel occupancy tax can be 20%, where they get the 7.5% total, and the government stays with 12.5%.
No.
You just answer
Senator,
the chair's
your time is called.
Yeah, no, I will just close it. I'm finished. Thank you. You could answer.
You may answer again.
Yeah. No, I mean, partially correct. The add-on tax is called the economic recovery fee, and that can be up to 7.5%. The occupancy tax is set at 12.5%. So the full tax that the customer may pay may be 20%. But when we rebate back, they can only get, since this is a reconstruction, half of the 12.5%. And in this case, they've only been approved for 2.5%. So their full taxation amount will be 8.75% that they will get back. Again, only a portion of that is actually being rebated, though, because the customer would not have normally paid an economic recovery fee. That's an add-on tax for this particular project.
Thank you for your responses. So I want to make sure that those that's listening understand what's happening, because I think that it's important for us to understand that the government of the Virgin Islands is not putting any money into this. All of us travel, and sometimes when we travel, we see something on our bill that says VAT. We familiar with the VAT? I'm going to ask the EDA director to explain the VAT, because this cost, or this relationship that we're establishing is an agreement. However, these direct expenses, or taxes is the word, will not hit any of us as Virgin Islanders unless we stay in a hotel, right?
Correct.
However, once you have occupancy, you get your bill, and all those charges are tied to that bill, correct? All these charges that we're talking about, the 12%, yes, the 12% and the 2%.
Correct.
Correct, the 2.5%.
Correct.
And then after that, then the government gets its portion based on this relationship, based on this agreement, and the private sector, CREF 3, keeps their side of their agreement, so we can ensure that when we have disasters, that our hotels, that our industry remains alive and well, and there'll be interest in these hotels coming back to the Virgin Islands. Because let's just face it, we're in a hurricane belt. We know where we are. So we need to make sure that we continue to attract economic development in the territory. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record so we could be clear on what's happening here. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to the testifiers. I think this is a breath of fresh air when we talk about reopening the Frenchman Reef is well needed in this territory. And I think everybody is very optimistic about it and just want to be sure about the direction we're going. So, I understand clearly that nothing is given unless it is made. And so my question to you, Mr. Biggs, what debt is pledged against the hotel occupancy tax, if there is any that you know of at this time?
Nothing is pledged against the hotel occupancy tax. I mean, the hotel occupancy tax is generated as a result of rooms. And if you're talking about if the VI government has any debt that's pledged against it, to my understanding, no. The funds from the occupancy tax usually go into the tourism revolving fund that is used to promote the territory. So in this case, 6.25% will still be going into that fund to promote the territory.
You know, and we talk about jobs, and it's one of the most important things, but you know, I want to still go back to what my colleague asked just a minute ago about the previous employees. And I think the response was they have all right to apply. My question is, do they have any advantage or any motive to say, well, you know, you've been there, we're going to give you first preference? Is that on the table for previous employees that worked at Frenchman Reef before?
Yeah, Peter Brogan, Vice President, Asset Management at Fortress. So, you know, as was stated before in the testimony, we are an EDC beneficiary, and one of our EDC requirements requires that we do give preference to prior employees. Prior employees of Marriott do need to go through a reapplication process because this is a new employer, Ambridge Hospitality.
Yeah.
But in that application process, Ambridge Hospitality is inquiring as to whether those applicants are former employees of the resort so that we can give those former employees preference as per our EDC requirements.
And would there be any benefits or incentive to those that has a degree in hospitality field? If you do know?
You know, I think there definitely will be. And one of the things that Ambridge Hospitality looks forward to doing, and we support them as the owners of the resort, is partnering with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Cell Center and the local high schools, which have hospitality programs, to build out internship programs and management training programs to help build that tourism and hospitality educational background in the local community, because that's the best feeder of you know, labor for the hotel.
And in speaking, I understand you guys say you spent what, $190-something million already in reconstruction?
Yeah, so far we've spent
1 minute.
So far we have spent 198 million, and we have another 79 to go to finish. That doesn't include what the prior owner invested in it. If you total it up, it's $428 million.
And as we're in the best of our season, the hurricane season, have you invested this money in building stronger than what it previously was? And if you did, can you emphasize a little bit as to what hardened areas, areas you have hardening more?
Yes, Joe Gould, Managing Director of Fortress Investment Group. Absolutely, we have taken the opportunity, not out of just the sole obligation to build a building that's going to withhold, but we are building to a standard that we're held to based on insurance carrier, based on, and it's all based on Miami-Dade standard county, Miami-Dade county standards. So all hurricane-proof glass, closures, doors have all been upgraded. The EFA system on the exterior of the building had been completely torn off and rebuilt. The Harborview building itself was completely gutted and rebuilt to this new standard. So we've taken every precaution as a matter of safety and as a matter of good business to preserve the asset.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, if I may add, this is Ali Alam on the acquisition side at Fortress. If I may add, just to put a number on it, the windows that we've installed are able to withstand 170 miles an hour winds. And that is actually tested by throwing a 4x2 at 170 miles into the window and make sure that it doesn't go through.
Thank you for your responses. Senator Giovanni James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you all for being here. I, Senator Giovanni James, welcome anyone who sees the true value of these both beautiful Virgin Islands when it comes to economic development. So thank you for what you're about to pursue as far as business here on the island of St. Thomas. I see here where you reference 60,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor meeting and event space, which is well needed in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I remember in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I passed legislation that speaks to an annual conference, and I know this section of the hotel would be used for conferences. Well, as far as the amount of money put into it, the vision that you have for this indoor-outdoor space for conferences, can you just relay that message to me?
Yes, certainly. Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Group business for a hotel of this size is extremely important. The way you book group business is by having big venue space to be able to hold meet and greets and eats, as we call it. So being able to go into one large room, meet while your lunch is set up next door for that same large group. So we feel like that was one thing that we were very excited about in the asset is the amount of capacity and flex space that you had in your meeting facilities. Not to mention the multiple lawns, palm court, the multiple areas we can engage either through tenting and temporary placement of structures to host weddings and galas outdoor as well. So very vital to the business, very important to us, very important to our programming and the way that we're looking at the F&B program.
And quickly, what was the cost associated with that conference center, if you don't mind me asking? I
haven't looked at it on an isolated basis just for all of the venues I just mentioned. I can certainly provide that for you. All surfaces in the hotel have been resurfaced. I mean, the hurricane was devastating. So it went all the way back to the studs and the concrete floors and ceilings. And so everything was redone from a surface and structural perspective.
Okay. And I know hurricanes Irma Maria gave us a lot of lessons learned. As far as changes to your insurance policy, were there any changes to your insurance policy? And if so, can you relay that message to us?
Yes. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but the complication of getting coverage in St. Thomas since those hurricanes has been tremendous. We work with some of the leading industries, consultants in the business that were afforded through our sites in the States. And we have come in, and it took a layering process to layer up to the sufficient coverage to make our lender happy.
1 minute.
To make our lender happy and to also carry sufficient coverage to rebuild the hotel in the event of another hurricane. The best defense is good offense. So as we've already mentioned, we did all the improvements to prevent that kind of devastation from happening again. And then we insured up to the level that was required for the devastation up to a 200-year occurrence. So it's a very hard market. We're hoping and we're working locally to try to attract more carriers and underwriters to this market. It's a very difficult market to place in right now.
Okay. And I see here where you have a newly constructed dock, which will be home to a custom-built catamaran, which is very good. And you say it's going to be a starting point for many guest excursions. So I'm assuming that you're having conversations with the cruise ship companies, or is it not with the cruise ship companies?
No, it's more on-island excursion business. So once again, being that catalyst for the tourists, not only to experience Frenchman, but all of St. Thomas and all the U.S. Virgin Island, that's going to afford us to be able to take catamarans and even larger boats over to the other islands and do excursions and see activities for the tourists.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My time was called. Like I said, I do support this project, and I am wishing you the very best. And I'm hoping and praying that we don't have any hurricanes anytime soon. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, Senator Carla J. Joseph, and we're with you on that as well. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And a pleasant good day to everyone here, my colleagues, and of course the viewing and listening audience. I want to go straight to it as far as the agreement is concerned. I had a chance to do a quick read of the agreement, and I want to, before I go to that, actually, let me just pedal back and say I really thank the persons who guided us on the tour. It's really good to see the amount of progress made at Marriott's Frenchman's Reef. Also to see that a lot of local labor was being used. I very much want to applaud you on that and getting a lot of our local men and women involved in reconstruction and the redevelopment of Marriott's Frenchman's Reef. I hope that some of them will be able to stay on as maintenance, and also I saw a number of local people who are also in management positions at Marriott's Frenchman's Reef already. So I want to commend you for that. I'm very grateful. Now let's go to the actual agreement. I read through, and then I'm on section 14A specifically, where 14A, where we talk about the ERF trust fund, ERS trust account. So I wasn't clear in reading the document who is the administrator or custodian of this. It didn't give a definition in the agreement in itself. So I just wanted to get a bit of clarity on that. Didn't give a definition of what the ERF trust account looks like. And this is really going towards if there's any type of default by the developer and the remedies. So if someone can give some clarity, Director Biggs, or any of the attorneys here relative to that. And then I needed to, somebody's ready to speak?
Yeah. Carl Marshall, Browne Cave, Leighton Paisner, advisor to the EDA. In terms of the trust fund, it depends on really whether or not they're going to do, there's two ways this development agreement works. I think what's likely to happen is they're going to issue bonds of some variety that are going to be backed by the revenues that they have under this agreement. In that case, it's likely the bond trustee that is related to the bond issue was where the funds will be deposited.
Okay, but it's not clearly delineated in here. And I think when you're putting an agreement together, we definitely want to assure that those definitions are clear. That's my only concern. Okay. That's one of my concerns. I wanted to also ask you a question relative to the total amount. And now let me tell you what page I'm on with. Oh, here we go. Page 7 of the agreement.
1 minute.
Under the financing component, it speaks to the hotel development note proceeds. Is that the total amount here is $32,630,000? Is that the amount that Frenchman's Reef is anticipating with the 50% of the hotel occupancy tax that they're going to retain, as well as the 2.5% of the economic recovery fee to go into the entire project redevelopment?
Okay, I get Carl Marshall, Browne Cave, Leighton Paisner. I think the $32.6 million was an estimate of, so they're going to go and do this bond issuance, which is going to be dictated by market conditions. I think presently,
what's the market rate about?
6 for the tax exempt portion and higher for the taxable. So that's the approximate amount. It's going to likely be slightly higher or lower of what they'll be able to get from the bond market. I think there's also then, to the extent there are revenues left over after they pay the bonds each year, there's what we're calling a pay-as-you-go element where they can receive up to that amount. So if there's any amounts left from the 6.25% or the 2.5%, they could receive those directly as reimbursement without interest over the life of this agreement.
Without interest. Madam Chair, my time has expired. I would just like to...
Your time is called, Senator, and we've asked all senators to please do it in the 4 minutes. So I'm sorry today, but we got to move on.
Thank you. I just wanted to wrap up and say thank you so much for the leeway, and I did bring it to your attention that it was expired. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Senator Bulkas, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to each and everyone. Good morning to the testifiers. It's clear that 29 VIC Section 1312 is a mechanism for creating an opportunity to provide recovery for hotels that have seen damages and to secure our tourism product. So, CEO Biggs, can you tell me the percentage of total economic, the total economic structure of the hotel tourism industry? What I'm trying to ask is what percentage of the hotel industry is in our GDP?
The estimates that I've seen is about 65% of the GDP comes from the hospitality industry.
Okay, very well. So, with the investments that are being made today to secure our tourism product, I heard some numbers, I can't remember your name, I apologize, of 182 per year at 1.1 billion over 10 years. Can you tell me, is that full occupancy during the entire year or just seasonal?
It's this is Ali Alama Fortress. It is based on our projected occupancy for the whole year.
The whole entire year. So you're talking about low and high.
Correct, mixed together. So, for instance, a hotel will be possibly 100% full or 95% full during, say, Thanksgiving to spring break. And then there will be lower occupancy during summer and some other ratio. And this is based on our experience elsewhere and prior experience of Frenchman's Reef.
Very well. So is it safe to say that these numbers can obviously fluctuate between highs and lows depending on the tourism environment? What are some of the lows that we might see, if I might ask?
So in the old days, during this period, the hurricane period was the lowest occupancy, around 25-35%. But with the pandemic and so on, those numbers have gone up. We are, I think, still expecting 35% during this period, but what we're seeing in real life is much higher than that. That's all I can tell you because the world changed with the pandemic. There's more leisure demand. And I just want to add one more thing. Building hotels like this is very, very difficult because building a hotel like this costs over $1 million a key. And we can only bring about this hotel by the combination of buying an existing piece, piecing together all these dead pieces and so on so that we can create this hotel.
Note in my time. So
yeah.
When it comes to supply chain demand and inflation, have you factored in those costs in what you're presenting to us today?
Is it 3.5%?
Go ahead.
Sure, Peter Brogan, Fortress Investment Group. So supply chain and inflation is something that we've continued to contend with throughout the entire construction process. We're constantly seeing our construction costs increase week by week. For some materials, a price will only be good for 72 hours before it increases again. So we've definitely taken that into consideration, but with each day that goes by, our costs do increase. Okay. And once the resort is open, we anticipate that we'll continue to see those increased costs, impact our operating margins, but it should not impact the projected revenues that were presented in the tax benefit analysis that HVS presented.
And very well, before my time is called, of all the uses that you mentioned for the hotel, I did not hear anything concerning post-hurricane shelter. Is that something that you would consider?
That was turned down.
Yes, Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. When we took over the project, there was in the works a FEMA application for a hurricane shelter relief, and it was turned down as we took over the project. It had been rejected, and so at that point we pivoted in the essence of trying to get the hotel open sooner and on time. We couldn't wait for that process to go through again because it's a very lengthy process. So we have chosen at this point not to do the FEMA hurricane shelter.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Very quickly, I asked for some information earlier as it relates to the income taxes. And I believe that your 180 million tax revenue that you have shared with us is basically tied to the hotel tax revenue. Is that accurate?
So
is that an accurate assumption?
the 182 million in tax. Sorry, Peter Brogan, Fortress Investment Group. The 182 million dollars of tax revenue. If you refer to page 20 of the tourism economics study that was provided, it's made up of room tax, and they're estimating 59.9 million, income and payroll tax of 62.6 million, corporate taxes of 5.5 million, and excise fees and other taxes of 6.1 million, and that's over that 10-year period.
So that's the 180.
Correct.
Okay, so that is the economic benefit in total, the projected economic benefit.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think I heard a point of inquiry. Senator Carrion, you recognize your point of inquiry.
I wanted to know, you said that the application process was rejected for FEMA in order to create the shelter. It was rejected by who? By the federal government or the new owners yourself then decided not to continue it down that path?
To my knowledge, it was the federal government had I don't want to project too much. I wasn't in that process, but there were apparently lack of funds to continue, to grant acceptance of this particular FEMA.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Thank you for your testimonies. With the limited time, will the resort offer any day passes for sale to locals and or cruise ship passengers that wishes to utilize the resort's amenities?
Yes, Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. We are currently evaluating that situation, being new to the campus and looking at our facilities. The priority, at this point is to open up to our guests. And as we see excess capacity, we do expect to explore the resident pass. Cruise ships, they dump such volume at specific times, we feel that it could be overwhelming, but we're going to continue to monitor that situation to see if there's some accommodation there.
Good. So you're under evaluation for that. So let's nail down something else here now. Now this government, spends a significant amount of monies in accommodations for government employees who live on 3 islands that can't drive from county to county or island to island. Is there a plan in place to offer some reduced standard government rate?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
What is that, if you're able to say?
We do not have that rate established as of yet. We do fully intend, as being a top customer, to negotiate a full discounted rate for beyond just what's the government issued rate. So we've had some preliminary conversations in approaching that subject to establish that rate. We're waiting for our full rate schedule to come out, which is set, in a combination of Ambridge and Marriott, and how you rate structure your rates.
Now I'm holding you to this, and this is not just talk, because this government is partnering with you. This is a big deal. So we help you, you help us in this case.
I fully accept that responsibility and duty.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. We're making history today again. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on what my colleague just asked, EDA director, is that part of the agreement that the government would have a fixed rate or a lower rate?
No, Wayne Biggs. No, it's not part of the redevelopment agreement.
So that wasn't negotiated then?
That wasn't negotiated as part of the redevelopment agreement. We didn't negotiate room rates.
Very well. The 30 years period to be able to liquidate the debt, is that sufficient time, or what are the projections
based on the revenues and these taxes in order to be able to liquidate it? How did we arrive to that 30-year period?
So Carl Marshall, Brian Cave, Leighton Paisner. I think in terms of the 30-year period, I think that was guided by the act. I think in terms of a bond financing, that should be sufficient time to liquidate. I think right now they're projecting roughly 25 years in terms to liquidate the bonds. However, the pay-as-you-go portion, so the to the extent there are leftover monies after paying for the bonds in any given year, could continue to pay the developer. As currently projected, we speak of the $244 million number. They would likely not recover that entire amount over the full year, or over the full 30-year term. So that money they wouldn't. I think they're projected roughly to maybe recover. 205 million or so all in. So if they outperform, then book more rooms than anticipated, et cetera, there's a chance they could recover more. But I think presently the budgeted amounts would have them come in under that number.
Director, EDA, Director, or CEO, I'm sorry. Can the economic recovery fee, can that be changed by the board during this time period of 30 years? Can it be revisited and increased?
Yeah, the economic recovery fee can be modified. They would have to request the modification and would have to go through the whole procedure in reference to modification again.
With regards to the economic recovery fee, an application under HDA, has VIDA received any additional requests, applications, particularly any from the District of St. Croix?
Nothing from the District of St. Croix yet. I will say that I understand that one hotel is in the process of potentially doing an HD application, but we are negotiating with two potential hotels. We're a little early in those negotiations, but I'm sure there will be HDA applications also.
And just along that line, what is EDA doing to get the word
out
to resort developers about St. Croix? Studies have shown that if we are able to get a branded resort, that would increase airlift, which then would have more planes and lower prices. What are you doing in regards to that?
Yeah, we're doing several different things in regards to that. First of all, let me say that we talk to all the flags that are there, all the branding agencies regularly, and they're all looking for hotel development, but the Caribbean in general is a hard place to finance hotels in general. We do attend the Caribbean Hotel and Resort Investment Summit. That's usually in Miami every year. And we not only speak on panels, but we partner with Department of Tourism, so we do presentations there as well. Additionally, we partner with Department of Tourism to go to NABHOOD, which is the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers. And so we try to get the word out that way. And then other economic development seminars and conferences, we do talk about hotel development also.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Let's talk from a layman's perspective now to Frenchman's Reef. Employees, I heard a discussion about the employees at the Reef, but for so long, our locals weren't being promoted to GMs, to managerial positions, and it was like a glass ceiling for locals. But our locals would leave here, go to the States, and be GMs of hotels in the Turks and Caicos. You have Jamed Mills, you have a few in Atlanta, but here they stop at a certain level. Can you put on the record or guarantee that if a local is qualified and they applied, how let me rephrase the question. Do we intend to allow our locals to have high levels of upward mobility?
Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Bringing in Ambridge Management Group is, one of the largest operators, third-party operators of hotels in the world. We feel that it shows not only the diversity, but also the opportunity within such a large organization. I can't speak to what's happened in the past, not sure about this glass ceiling. It has always been our belief, and something we instill with our managers to promote from within. It's good policy.
But you understand our concerns, because when you go to our hotels, in a lot of cases, they're the waiters, they're the front desk managers, they're the ones that sleep in beds at night. And then when you get to that level, there's always a manager that's being imported from someplace, because sun, sand, and sea, who wouldn't refuse a job offer? So I just want to put on the record that our people, we have a lot of people that leave here and receive degrees in hotel and tourism management, and they're never a king or queen in their own home. But everybody else sees their value. So I wanted to put that on the record. Let's talk about internships quickly. UVI has a hotel and tourism program. It's still developing. And I know we approved the lease agreement for Luvango. Luvango Resorts, they talked about taking students to Martha's Vineyard and then bringing them back and what's not. I want to talk to you today about being a good corporate citizen. So what's your 3-year EDA, EDC benefits? What's your plan on cultivating a generation of people who are interested in hospitality?
Again, I believe that we emphasize, and Aimbridge will certainly implement internships, training programs, and we're committed through the EDC to spend $30,000 per year dedicated to education and promotion in the tourism industry.
And respectfully, a lot of our EDC companies
1 minute.
are mandated to do a lot of things. Mr. Biggs and I know we've had this discussion a few years back, but it's still kind of loose, and this is no offense to the EDA. People donate, but the people want to feel the tangibles of the donations through the EDC program. So 30,000. I'd like to know offline when we're done, what is the plan? What is your concrete plan? The partnerships with our local high schools, what does that look like? Quickly before my time is called, what's your rack rate in and out of season?
Establish something.
Because prior to the hurricanes, the Marriott had a certain rate. Now with your rebuilding, will your rates look like the Ritz-Carlton? Like, what's your rack rate?
It was addressed earlier, monitoring supply, demand, what's going on, inflation, et cetera. And much like the best comparison is the airline industry. We're constantly a dynamically priced business. So it's based on specific dates, specific time periods of the year, what going rates are for like-kind competitive product.
Okay. And lastly, because I really need more time with you. Lastly, Madam Chair, I don't want to...
Your time has been called, Senator, and I've asked all senators to stay within the time. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Should I say good afternoon? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our testifiers. We really had a great opportunity to tour the Frenchman's Reef Hotel a month or so ago. I was very, very encouraged and pleased by the progress that we saw. There was a rainy day, so we didn't get to go down on the beach, but I was very pleased and encouraged by the progress that we saw so far. Mr. Elam, you mentioned in your testimony, I think on page 12, that you wanted to really make it clear that the benefits that you'll be receiving will not, and you said, I will repeat, will not in any way reallocate any current USVI tax revenues that exist today. And I wanted to give you or a member of the team an opportunity to sort of just break it down, explain what this process will actually look like, the benefits. In layman's terms, so that a fifth grader who's looking at this program today will grasp and fully understand, how it will look.
Right. It's Ali Ilama from Fortress. I guess what we're saying is that right now the hotel is closed and it is generating no tax revenue. Once the hotel opens, and you were asking about rack rate, we don't really have rack rates, but we have projections for approximate rates. And the senator who is not there right now asked about that. we expect to get something around 50% of what the Ritz gets. That's kind of what we've seen elsewhere. So the Ritz gets $600-700, so we expect to get $300 to $350 a night, approximately, right? When the customer is paying his or her bill, there will be 12.5% tacked onto that. So if it is 300, they'll actually be paying 337.5 plus the 2.5 ERF. So that is the tax that we're generating, and you, as the government of Virgin Islands, will be keeping 50% of that. So of that 37.5, let's say $18.75 will go to you, and 18.75 will come to us, and that will pay the coupon on the financing that we're doing. But there will also be some amount left to go into a reserve for those times when, hurricanes and so on. And that's why we think that it doesn't affect any of the current tax structures.
Good enough. Thank you. Ambridge Management Group, and you mentioned that they are managing properties in Puerto Rico and Jamaica and other places.
1 minute.
Tell me a specific hotel in Puerto Rico, because we're familiar with some of the resorts in Puerto Rico that they manage.
Sure. Peter Brogan, Fortress Investment Group. They manage the Hyatt Regency on Puerto Rico. Not in San Juan. It's east of San Juan. I think it's called the Hyatt Regency Cocoa Beach.
Okay.
That's correct.
You mentioned in the testimony also that you're going to be doing a construction of the dock, or reconstruction of the dock. Would you require permitting, approval, and how is that going? Has that been
Yes, Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Yes, there's a lot of approval process to be able to touch the water. And we have worked with Army Corps as well as the CZM, Coastal Management
Coastal
System.
Zone Management System.
So we've obtained all the appropriate permitting, which is a lengthy and it takes a lot of due diligence.
Okay. Soft opening.
Time.
What would constitute a soft opening? How will that look exactly?
Yes, soft opening means you have all your employees in place. You're running, mock drills, so to speak, and you're starting to host paid and comp guests. So we'll be inviting people in as we start mixing in true paying guests as they make reservations. We've chosen certain thresholds on certain floors of how many rooms will open at any given time so as not to overwhelm our staff. And then we'll continue to ratchet that back until we're fully open.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Potter. Very quickly, so you have basically two properties that you're managing, yes?
Yes.
So just to make sure that we circle up on the questions that my colleagues were asking, so we have like stars. You have 4 stars and 5-star hotels. So the main hotel will be what star, and the autograph collection is what star hotel?
Technically, the stars are very subjective when you talk in stars. Technically, both will be 4-star plus. But when you talk specifically in the way that the hotel industry is going and the way that we market our hotels and brand our hotels, you have Westin, which is seen as in the Marriott program, Marriott Road Warriors earn their points throughout the year, wait for the vacation to spend their points. And they more gravitate towards an upscale experience. So they want to go to a Westin to spend their resort dollars. The autograph collection is much more, this up and coming generation, experiential driven. They want to buy that experience. They're more driven by what they're going to experience at the hotel. So it's more intimate. 94 keys. You can do a little bit more higher caliber of service in that facility. So it'll be a more procured, individualized treatment in service in that particular location.
Thank you for your response. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Airbnbs are very popular in the territory lately. What impact does that industry have on your hotel revenue forecast?
Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Airbnb, we've been monitoring for the last 10 years. It's had success and shadow impact to hotels, for sure. For many years, we denied that impact was happening. I think it's very legitimized now. They're also subject to some very bad news headline press at a whim, so they've also suffered during that time period. Our impact is based off of historicals, most current historicals, and then we project the future. So we do look at what's going on in the Airbnb market now when we do our rate shops, when we're out online pricing our hotel. How is it priced relative to an Airbnb? How do the services match? We should be driving a premium. We have a lot more services. So our numbers take that in account, because it's based on the most historic representation, which includes the impact, and then looking at in the future how they're being priced and what kind of supply really is out there. The supply part is a harder one to monitor because it fluctuates so much. But the pricing, we can still gauge our pricing and price accordingly for our amenities.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So to that question, what type of visitors are you looking to attract based on your two properties?
Yeah. Let me just add one more thing to that before I answer the question. St. Thomas is extremely under-hoteled. If you add up all the hotel rooms here, it's under 2,000 keys. Compare that to Grand Cayman at 3,000-4,000, Aruba at 6,000-7,000. So the impact of Airbnb in our market is de minimis. This is a very high running, like we're expecting occupancies in the 80s. Most islands don't do that because it's so under hotel. In the future, if there are more hotels, then that will be something. But one group that we are looking to attract to our hotel, which is what they call incentive-based groups. These are like brokers who've done particularly well, and the brokerage firm takes them on this paid vacation. They cannot stay at Airbnbs. That's just coming to us or to the Ritz if it's for higher end, right?
Right.
And also there's a security issue in terms of being in an enclosed space for children and so on, running around on the beach, and those are the people who come to us. Airbnb's biggest impact historically has been reducing price gouging on sold-out nights. For instance, New York City used to have 195 sold-out nights. Now it's down to 65. Why? Because nobody wants to pay $1,500 for a courtyard, and they go and stay at Airbnb. So it's reduced. It's had an impact because people used to price gouge on those sellout nights. They cannot do that anymore. But I don't think that's an issue on a vacation island like this.
Thank you for your responses. Senator Kurt Avila, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Back in 2017, after the hurricane hit, and we looked up on the hill and we looked at Frenchman Reef, you saw total devastation. By 2018, hundreds of employees were laid off, more than 500 employees, and a reduction of 500 rooms on the St. Thomas market at what was considered the flagship hotel for St. Thomas. And I remember the Senate taking a tour, I think it was late 2017 or early 2018, with then Attorney Marjorie Roberts, who had organized a tour with the Senate. And we walked through the building, the entire building was gutted. You could see through and through. And we began the discussion as to how would we be able to make sure that this flagship hotel would once again reopen on St. Thomas and would not be closed or succumb to the hurricanes. And it is during that tour that we began to discuss how can the government assist and what would we be able to do to make sure that Frenchman Reef is reopened. And we knew that we did not have sufficient funds that we could take government monies and actually pledge it to the reopening. So we began a discussion right there while walking with the hotel development tax and what can we do as a body to make sure that the government can somehow pledge and commit with private industry to bring back the hotel. We did not want to impact the entire hotel occupancy tax, which now comes to the government of the Virgin Islands. So we came up with a rationale that we would maintain the 12.5, but the hotel developer would have the ability to tack on an additional 7.5%. You have elected to tack on 2.5, correct?
Correct.
We then said that we would pledge a portion of the hotel development tax because it's now closed, and if it doesn't come back, we get a zero. So we'd be willing to pledge 50% if we can get the rooms back online for a hotel that is going to reconstruct as a direct result of the storm. And that is included in section 8 of the original bill, 1313, use of revenues. We also said for new developments, we'll pledge 100% of the hotel occupancy tax. And then we had a next one for hotels that want to renovate and refurbish. So it was all different categories. I'm the primary sponsor of this bill. And this bill took 2.5 years to come to fruition. It was from the 32nd Legislature.
1 minute.
Numerous amendments. And we finally got it passed in the 33rd Legislature. So today is a happy day for me, to know that the 33rd Legislature, as a result of legislation passed, we now have a major hotel development in St. Thomas getting ready to reopen. And colleagues, this is hundreds of jobs. I'm hearing, what is the economic impact? What is it? It's hundreds of jobs returning. It is almost 500 rooms returning to the St. Thomas market of individuals that will come here and spend monies. They'll be a part of our economy. So today, this is a no-brainer. This is to revitalize the hotel industry in St. Thomas. And anybody know Frenchman Reef? Frenchman Reef was a major player on this island. So colleagues, I don't have a lot of questions, but it's also just 2 questions.
Time.
Senator Bailey, what I'm going to do, because I know that, in the interest of fairness, I know that, some folks kind of catch me off guard while I was talking and the like, so. And of course, we do have a robust agenda, but if those who did not ask for a point of inquiry have a burning question, when we're done, we will circle back. Okay, so, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, the viewing listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon to the testifier, and thank you so much for the testimony. I first want to start by saying I want to thank Mr. Brogan for the tour that we did. It's exciting to me, and it is a good day indeed for the Virgin Islands as a whole. I must say, my colleague is correct. I also was a sponsor on that legislation. It's an impactful legislation. Sometimes we pass bill, but you don't see that impact right away. But this is an example of how important that piece of legislation was. And I am glad that this is the first HDA application. And I vote yes. Definitely I'm going to vote yes. And I'm also a sponsor of the bill because I believe that it paved the way, as you stated, forward when it comes to creating a new tool for financing and also investments, especially in hotel development. I know it spoke to construction, reconstruction, and renovation. As far as the former Frenchman Reef, looking at it after the hurricane, because I did a tour also and looking at it several weeks ago, I believe it's a reconstruction because it was gutted out. It's just that the shell remains the same and there are some new structures. But nonetheless, I believe it's going to pave the way not only as a flagship hotel, but the major hotel destination in the Caribbean, in my opinion. That's what I want to see for us Virgin Islanders. And what it's going to do in terms of revenue as a trickle-down effect when it comes to all the taxi drivers, the vendors, the boutiques, the employees, and on and on. And it's a small investment to make in terms of the tool, in terms of the return. It's a great return on investment because you spoke to $1.1 billion over 10 years and $182 million in terms of the revenues for the government, some $80 million a year. But in addition to that, we're speaking to many interns, many employees, many trainings, and on and on. So I am very happy. It's a good day. I'm excited. And I look forward, like I said, to voting in the affirmative. But let me ask you quickly before my time is up. I know we spoke about this during the tour, but beach access for locals and parking. Speak briefly to that for me, please, because that's important also.
Yes. Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. We do have access to the beach as a public beach. There is a recorded easement to allow public down to the beach. And I'm sorry, you're
parking. You always have a parking issue.
Parking. Yes, we have rehabbed, or in the process of finishing up the rehab on the parking decks and securing parking down at the Autograph to provide as a maximum amount of parking that we possibly can. We've looked at other systems to help shuttle in and bus employees to the site, allowing them to park off-site or, also just to allow them to access employment there if they don't have transportation.
And you also my colleague spoke to preference for former employees.
1 minute.
We saw many individuals there who you kept on staff while you're doing the rebuilding, have them doing other stuff, but it shows your commitment to local individuals. And I look forward to seeing, as you said, based on the agreement with the EDA, 80% locals, but at the same time, I want to see a many of those in management positions. I managed at the Reef when I came home first. That was my stomping ground, and I was in management at that time. And at that time, also, we spoke to local entertainment and local musicians. We also had a lot of that. We also had a local show, a local night. And I look forward to seeing those type of activities coming back to the resort because people come here for the experience. We have our own DNA. We are like many other Caribbean destinations, but we are different and unique. And I would like to see that uniqueness showcased, especially at some place like the Reef like they did years ago when I was there. We had a nice local show with glass walkers, mokojumis, you name it.
Well, and that's one thing that we've really picked up on in our programming is we want to bring in the local flair. I mean, that's why people choose St. Thomas. That's why they come to the Caribbean. They want an experience and that authentic local experience. You mentioned some of the employees that we kept on during from when they were there as a hotel employee and now through the construction process. It's so refreshing to walk in and talk to them about their experiences in the building, what it meant to them, what they remembered of servicing guests. So that true, authentic service and St. Thomas warmth, we're excited about bringing back. And if I could comment one other comment and commend the Senate for considering this and passing, what they did back in 2018. Ali and I, we look at a lot of hotel opportunities in the Caribbean, and it was a deciding factor. We started looking at this in 2018. We toured it right after the hurricane hit. We saw the devastation, and we scratched our head, how is this ever going to get financed? And it was through continuously working with the previous owner in persuading them to let us step in. And this piece that's being considered is a significant piece to putting the puzzle together. And so many other islands and so many other jurisdictions talk about it, but they can't pull forward on it.
Correct.
Commend you.
Correct. And the employee service was second to none. So thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to our testifiers. I too join in reiterating that this is a great step forward and a great movement, and as we continue to support economic development and certainly employment for our people. I want to just kind of dive into, I want to go straight to you, Vice President Brogan, on page 12. you said that you were going to reassure, you reassured, made a reassurance that all the former employees will be able to apply for positions. Are any of those former employees given any maybe preference? Are you looking at at least for the former employees, providing some pathway for them to return? Turn over to you on that. So, what is the pathway for them, and have you actually made direct contact with them already?
Sure. Peter Brogan, Vice President, Fortress Investment Group. So right now we have a website, FrenchmansReefSt.Thomas.com, where any interested applicants can go onto that website and submit their contact information and their resume and what types of positions they're interested in applying for. And on that website, there is a place to indicate whether or not you were a former employee of the hotel. Consistent with our EDC requirements as a beneficiary, we've directed Ambridge Hospitality, who's leading the hiring process for all the employees, that they do need to give those former employees preference in the hiring process. But because this is a new management company, Ambridge now versus Marriott in the past, they do still need to go through a full reapplication process, but we are taking down the information to know who was a former employee so they can be given preference.
Thank you. And you also indicated, also in that portion of the testimony, that you're partnering with the government. You plan on partnering, and that's with the Department of Labor and University of Virgin Islands. I would also submit to you, as I always engage persons in the space, that we have to, when we look at the engagement, also look within the school system, see what you can do and work with the Virginia Department of Education, as well as we have a CTEC board, which I serve on, which is the board that deals with career and technical education. And we have, our board has actually fielded and been working also in the space of workforce development in the hospitality industry. I want to move on to Mr. Gould. Sorry, I have everybody. And when you spoke about Ambridge, and you guys said that's a third-party provider, I did do a lot of research around Ambridge, and I am concerned because as much as they're promoting diversity, they have even some recent cases regarding pay equity and discrimination. Have you all, were there any considerations, and how well did you research this company? Would be any consideration of any issues such as that come up with respect to the hiring process?
Absolutely. When we, Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group, we have hired Ambridge based on their track record. I can't speak to the particular cases that are being brought forth, but there will be zero tolerance for any kind of discrimination in a hiring process. And as owners that hold the pen to the contract, that will be strictly enforced if it ever comes to our knowledge. There is no place for it. We strongly, as Fortress, we have a diverse hiring scheme that supports that same type of diversity, and it will not be tolerated. So I can't speak to the past record of the particular incidents, but I know from personal experience working with Ambridge and other facilities, we have never encountered that problem at one of our other properties.
Thank you for that. Thank you for putting that on the record.
1 minute.
Also, concerning local vendors, have you all, initiated any initial contracts or any, reaching out to local vendors, working also with our taxi cab association, and in order to facilitate operations, and also, the experience that the visitors will have when they go to the hotel, when they stay at the hotel.
Sure. Peter Brogan, Fortress Investment Group. So speaking to the taxi association, in the past there was a taxi stand at the hotel. We'd like to have a taxi stand at the hotel again in the future. We have not reached out to the various taxi companies to go through that process. But to speak to local vendors more generally, we welcome local vendors getting involved in opportunities to be involved with the property, whether they're supplying, operating supplies and materials to the property, or they're, a local jewelry vendor who wants to come into a pop-up shop on the property. We're open to any and all ideas to work with the local community. That's something that's very important to us.
Thank you. And to CEO Biggs, I just wanted to, in closing, just thank you. You and I have had with your team, communications around this, and I really appreciate what you're doing, and I really stand in support of us moving forward in this regard. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm equally excited about this project and the projected outcome of the project. As a leader, I have had territorial responsibility for the last 15 years, and I've stayed at the Frenchman's Reef several times. When I come over to St. Thomas, I miss Frenchman's Reef. I miss Frenchman's Reef. So I'm looking forward to it. I've had an opportunity to tour the new facility or the rework of the facility. I also saw the ravage as a result of the hurricanes and was very much disappointed, as well as my colleagues. And I'm equally excited about also being a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation that's helped to move this needle today. I wanted to ask you, though, that today we're talking about a lot of the future success stories, but can you discuss with us some of the challenges? I certainly would like to see similar facilities built on the island of St. Croix and can appreciate some of the challenges that you have experienced, so that we could be able to, again, address that particular issue. Can you speak to those?
I was trying to touch on that a second ago. Building in the Caribbean, as I mentioned, costs somewhere between $1 to $2 million per room. And it makes it almost prohibitive to build from ground up in today's environment. What other people are doing on other islands right now is to build the hotels as a combination of condominiums and hotels and hope that condominium sales will subsidize the cost of building the hotel. That is the biggest challenge of the Caribbean. Otherwise, Caribbean has increasing and tremendous, almost infinite demand because, on the East Coast, we don't have Hawaii. This is where people go, right? So this is a very important market. But cost issue, delivery, power and power, sewer, and water sources, those are all issues and add to the cost because, for instance, here, desalination plant is new and so on. So it's really a cost issue, and any help we have on that. I just want to add one more thing before it falls through the cracks. While we are getting half of this occupancy tax, please also remember that most of the money we are putting into this hotel is going into improving the hotel. We bought it for a small amount, but we're putting all our money into it. So I expect very much that the rate at this hotel going forward will be double what it was at the Frenchman's Reef, which was an old, antiquated hotel. So hopefully your tax revenue will
Thank you for that.
What's that?
Thank you for that. My time is running, so I only have a quick 4 minutes. In respect to parking.
1 minute.
Parking has been a nightmare at this facility. Is there any discussion in respect to how are you intending to improve on the parking situation? Of course, when you talk about having large conferences and certain activities and events, it will require for individual to be bussed in or transported there, and parking has really been a nightmare. Any thoughts about how you intend to address the parking situation?
Yes, Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Parking is, a challenge. We've learned that historically from others, and we have looked at all options. We're currently pursuing some off-site parking spots where we can bus in not only employees, but if we had to do large gala events, doing remote valet parking. We're looking at that valet service for big events, how we can stack park with 100% valet. We've also looked at some parking on the facility down at Morningstar.
Very well, thank you. And I'll wrap up as my time is about to be called about cultural-centric events. I think it's so critical for us to continue to explore those. I know you said there's a commitment on your part. Cultural food as well. I think it will be critical for us to really showcase and continue to build upon our local activities, food, and events.
Time.
Absolutely. We have a commitment to do just that because it's great hospitality. We're aligned. We're fully aligned in that area. At the end of the day, we talk a lot about numbers and development, reimbursement costs, tax rates, muni bonds. we're in the hospitality business. We want to be that go-to spot for the cultural events to showcase what is happening in the U.S. Virgin Islands, for all the great festivities you have throughout the year, to promote and expand the calendar of celebrations and what we can do here at the island. So very much aligned in those areas.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Very quickly, we are about to wrap up. I did note to colleagues that if you did not ask for a point of inquiry, if you have a burning question, please be succinct. But let me just ask very quickly to CEO Biggs. Enforcement. If we were to say yes today, how do we ensure that this agreement will be, in fact, enforced to the letter of the law?
The entity that is before us today, first of all, they do not receive any of the benefits from the room taxes unless they open. And part of opening, they have to do all the things to open. So they would have expended money and not be reimbursed through the occupancy taxes, because you have to open and you have to have rooms sold to receive not only the occupancy tax, but the ERF. In addition, on the east side, where they have a certificate, we also do enforcement on that side also. So there's reporting requirements where they have to report to us regularly. We do have enforcement arms on our EDC side that we regularly meet with our board in reference to enforcement and compliance also. So I have no doubt in my mind that this agreement, when passed, will be enforced, and that we will have no problems making sure that enforcement is done and that all the areas in the agreement is fulfilled.
Thank you for your response. I thought that I saw a section in the code that spoke to fines. That's why I asked the question. So I was giving you the opportunity to provide that information. But as I'm speaking to you, I can't find it. But I know that there is a section that speaks specifically to fines, and there's an amount. Do you recall?
Damages.
Yes.
Carl Marshall, Brian Cave, Leighton Paisner. I think in the agreement there is a provision, amongst your remedies for a $30,000 fine for
Yes.
each event of default. There's also, though, then the recovery of all damages that the territory would have for an event of default.
Okay. What section is that? Because I know I have it here.
1402.
Oh, so that's section.
14.02 on page 20 of the agreement.
Right. Okay, so I did see that section. So I wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Okay. Colleagues, and I also wanted to add that, while the number of 180 million is the projected tax revenue, I am of the firm belief that the revenues that we're going to receive from the reopening of Frenchman's Reef within that 10-year window will in fact exceed $180 million. So that's our fervent hope, barring no natural disasters, etc. I definitely see that this is a major economic driver here in the territory, and it's a major in this district, and a major economic driver for the territory overall, because we do know that all of our resources go into one basket as we work on our appropriations. There's no consideration by districts. So this is a major win for the U.S. Virgin Islands overall, and I also see it as a win for small businesses. I see that there'll be small business development as well, opportunities as a result of this Frenchman's Reef reopening here in the Virgin Islands. So I want to thank you for saying yes to the Virgin Islands, and I'm definitely in support of this particular measure. I don't really have, I've gone through the agreement with a fine-tooth comb, and the one concern that I had, I asked it earlier. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me as it relates to this particular agreement. So, colleagues, so this is what I asked. So we're not going to do any point of increase because we have to get through the day. So there were some senators that asked for a point of inquiry already. So what I'm going to do is there were some senators that seemed like they had a burning question. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you did not ask for a point of inquiry, so you may proceed with your burning question.
Once again, my question goes along the lines, we do live in a hurricane zone. What types of assurances or plans potentially, if we do have to deal with that again, and what type, for example, insurance, what are your thoughts and plans potentially if something like that happens again? Have you projected for that? Thank you.
Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. First and foremost, we have an effective hurricane evacuation plan and preparedness plan that is fully implemented during the construction process and will convert over to an occupied hotel situation. So we'll, first and foremost, safety of our guests, safety of our employees will be first most as something approaches. Secondly, we've built to the Miami-Dade County standard in hurricane resistance and building products. That includes the new exterior EFIS, the way that the exterior skin of the main building was constructed, and that was carried over into Harborview as well. We have hurricane-resistant sliding doors and windows that resist up to 170 mile per hour winds. So we've taken all the precaution. We also have, the appropriate amount of insurance coverage that's mandated by our investors. It's mandated by our lender. So we have adequate. We've had professionals look at it and secure it on our behalf to hit the kind of limits that the property needs.
Thank you so much for the answer.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Graff is gone. Senator Giovanni James, do you have a burning question? Senator Carla J. Joseph, burning question.
Chair, I do have a very burning question indeed. I know we spoke about driving and economic opportunities for small businesses. We have a very thriving small businesses that drives our taxi cab industry. Are you looking at doing any type of franchise agreement with them, and the status of any water taxi is going to be involved? I just wanted to get an understanding. Have you had those conversations? Because you're having a soft opening in December and a possible hard opening in the first quarter.
You may answer the question, please, so we can proceed.
Peter Brogan, Fortress Investment Group. We have not had those conversations with any of the different taxi cab companies yet, but we fully expect and understand that taxi cabs are a critical way that tourists get around this island. So we anticipate having the necessary conversations prior to the resort opening.
So, Senators, I didn't put a time on this, but we have to be succinct with a question, please, because, of course, we have to be considerate of our colleagues who have to travel back to St. Croix, etc. Okay, so did the response satisfy your question?
I also asked about taxi, the water taxi.
We haven't had any conversations about water taxis at this time.
All right, so, but did I hear you earlier? I think earlier you responded and you said, I think one of our colleagues asked, you specifically asked about excursions. There was a question about excursions, but you specifically said that you did not engage with the taxis to date, but you wish to have a franchise at the facility, at the hotel, once you reopen. I think I heard you said that previously.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I know that I heard that on the record before. Thank you. Senator Bulkes Jr., you're recognized for your quick
Thank you, Madam Chair. CEO Biggs, how many major hotels in the territory have applied for the HDA redevelopment agreement?
This is the first. We have one additional one that's going through now. So there's only been 2 applications thus far, but we anticipate a couple more coming through. We've been in discussions with a couple entities that have indicated they're going to submit HDA applications, but we haven't seen them actually file yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gittins, you had a quick question.
Thank you. Just quick, not burning.
Burning.
One of my colleagues asked about or spoke about upward mobility for local employees. The good vice president spoke about, what was it, cultural-centric foods and events. Have you guys truly had any of our cultural local dishes? Sauce, kalaloo, fish and fungi. And I'm asking this seriously because, you know, it's hard at times to find our local dishes at hotels or even a restaurant. So with this, have you had it? And are you going to, because we have a number of local chefs here in the territory, we want to know if they too can look out for a good job.
Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Yes, we need good chefs involved to bring that local cuisine. To directly answer your question, and I was just asking my colleague, I'm trying to remember the name of it. There was one restaurant that has a rotating 15-course meal that introduced us to a lot of the local flares. Other than that, I've asked that same question so I can appreciate where the question's coming from. Take me to a local cuisine place. And it's hard to get that authentic, full flow through in a restaurant for the full menu. So we absolutely have charged our general manager, and shortly are settling on our chef selections and sous chefs as we start bringing them on. That part is being asked in the interview process of how they have experimented in that type of cuisine to bring that authenticity to the resort. Because it is confusing. I've been around the Caribbean, and there's some cross ingredients, but there's distinct ingredients and flair at each island that I want to tap into. So
okay, thank you so much.
I take it under advisement.
And while this project is on St. Thomas, try to come over to St. Croix so we could get you some good sample taste as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Saru had a burning question, but she's not here. Senator Graf, did you have a burning question? Senator Potter did ask for a point of inquiry, so we're going to go straight to Senator Kurt A. Vailey.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Quickly, have we included the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority in the setup of the project fund? And casino taxes are also applicable under this particular act, and you have reserved the right to utilize those casino taxes in the event that comes along at a later time. Is that correct? So you can answer both questions. Thank you so much.
Carl Marshall, Brand Cave, Leighton Paisner. Yes, we have had conversations with PFA. They were involved, I think, in negotiations of the agreement, so they're fully aware of the provisions and, likely the coming bond issue that would stem from this. I think in terms of the casino taxes, they did reserve the right. I think they would have to come back and apply for those revenues. They're not just readily available. But if they did put in a casino component, et cetera, they'd have the right to come in and essentially reopen the deal and ask if they had additional costs that they'd be seeking to get reimbursed for.
Was it two questions? Were they answered? EDA. You represent EDA too, right? You're representing EDA?
Yes.
Okay, wanted to make sure that where the government is understanding that we need to make sure that we circle this completely. Okay, because I know that in the Act 8206, there is a requirement for PFA to be involved in this process, and they're not here today. So it's important that I'm certain that they're listening, but this is about to, if this moves forward, we have to make this, the ball needs to start rolling on this, right? Right?
Yes, they have been intimately involved in it. We've been in discussion with them regularly in reference to setting up the trust accounts and also any type of bonding provisions that would be required. So they are very much aware of this agreement.
All right, well, thank you. I'm going to allow the, I'm sorry, Senator Whitaker, my bad, my apologies. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to highlight a question concerning local art, because I was pretty much really amazingly surprised, and it was a good experience at a hotel I went to in Dominica, where as you went into the hotel, it really represented the island. Have you all engaged and planned as you look into local art, even as tied to our local food, as asked my other colleague, how particularly focus on reaching out to those vendors so that we can have, as we have a feel and a representation of the Virgin Islands as people walk into the hotel?
Yes, certainly. And in fact, we've been out in the local market looking to procure local artists' work to display on the in the hotel. In addition, we have a couple of opportunities. One prominent mural opportunity on the exterior of the facade that we're also looking to locally commission.
Thank you. Senator Francis, do you have a burning question? Okay, so the one thing that we didn't hear today, I think we alluded to it, but we still didn't really grasp it, and that's, so what's that opening date?
Believe me, my boss asked that too. The opening date that we are scheduled to with our contractors and appointed with right now with Marriott, which we're going through tours this week to confirm on that opening date. We are targeted December 1st for the soft opening, and then still maintain the first quarter for the hard opening. We trust us. We like to underpromise and overdeliver.
All right. Well, thank you. I know that from the conversations that we've had with you when we did the tour, you have over-delivered thus far. So we're looking forward to, I can't speak for everyone in the room, but I'm definitely looking forward to the Virgin Islands having a continued relationship with you. So I'm going to allow I think we've exhausted all of our questions. We've exhausted this particular matter, and at some point we will rise back up into session and we'll make a decision as to whether we're going to vote it up or vote it down. But I'm going to allow you to put your closing remarks on the record for 30 seconds. We're going to start with our lead, the CEO of the EDA.
Again, let me say thank you to the legislature for the opportunity to testify on this redevelopment agreement, but also on the Hotel Development Act. Again, I think this will set the stage for future development as they see support for financing of hotels in the territory. I think the group from CREF 3 has indicated that it's not necessarily easy to finance a hotel here in the Caribbean, and this is just another tool that helps. As I talk to entities in reference to developing hotels here, Hotel Development Act always comes up and the potential to use the act to move hotels forward. So this is going to be an essential tool moving forward, and I'm looking forward to this body passing this redevelopment agreement and approving it.
Thank you. Ms. Andre?
Thank you, Renee Andre, legal counsel. I will let Mr. Joe Gold give our closing remarks, but I do want to say that, again, this is a momentous time for the Virgin Islands to see this resort about to come back online, and it's a win-win for the territory, so I ask that you do ratify the redevelopment agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gold?
Joe Gould, Fortress Investment Group. Thank you again for your time this morning, your consideration, your forward thinking in having something of this nature available to developers to attract to your island. It is important. It's important not only for the financing part, but also the community support that we have felt, and we appreciate that. And we look forward to taking the responsibility of a treasure of the island and bringing it into the next generation so that everyone that I've come in contact with, we said it in our opening remarks, they refer to it happened at Frenchman's Reef. And you can fill in the blank. But whether it's Mother's Day, Easter brunch, taking a staycation.
Time.
You may wrap up.
A wedding, lots of weddings. We're there to help you and to host the event for you, to showcase your government, to showcase to visitors what St. Thomas and the U.S. Virgin Island is all about. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're going to...
I just want to add one more thing. There's been a lot of questions
Very
about...
quickly, put your name on the record again because we're wrapping
yeah,
up.
it's Ali Elam at Fortress. There's been a lot of questions about local vendors, local artists.
You have to speak into the mic, sir.
Yeah, local artists, local cooks. Honestly, this is not even our choice because today's traveling public wants more local experiential experiences. And we have to provide these in a far more intensive form going forward. And that's in that sense, we would very much welcome salsa and other foods and salsa and other foods and artists and murals, because this is only going to make the attraction of the hotel stronger for the clientele that we want to have.
All right, well, I want to thank the testifiers for coming today to share with us their perspective on this agreement and why we should say yes to this agreement. So you're hereby excused, and the Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 3 minutes. Colleagues, oh no. The Committee of the Whole is back on record. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item on today's agenda?
Bill number 34-0289, an act amending Act number 8474 relating to the fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. Invited testifiers: Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor; Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget; Cindy Richardson, MBA, Director, Virgin Islands Division of Personnel. This concludes the reading of the next item on the agenda, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to go right into discussing Bill number 34-0289. And this afternoon we have before us we don't have anybody on Skype, right? We have three individuals from the executive branch who are prepared to discuss this matter. Who speaks to this particular item from the government? Oh, before we do that, I have to ask you to introduce yourself. I forgot. Please, we're going to start from actually the director is in the middle, so we're going to start with the director of OMB.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Information Technology, Division of Personnel.
All right, thank you. And I suspect that the testifier for this afternoon is Madam Jennifer C. O'Neill, correct?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed with your testimonies.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Committee of the Whole, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0289, which seeks to appropriate $40 million from the general fund for the payment of outstanding retroactive wages owed to employees and retirees of the government of the Virgin Islands in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, per the request of Governor Albert Browne, Jr. Accompanying me today is Cindy L. Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, and Cordell Reimer, Chief of Human Resources Information Technology at the Division of Personnel. Madam Chair, you will recall that on or about July 12, 2022, Governor Browne submitted proposed legislation to appropriate the sum of $25 million in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, from the general fund to pay retroactive wages owed to employees and retirees of the government of the Virgin Islands. Then, on August 15th, 2022, after further analysis of the government's financial position, Governor Browne submitted new proposed legislation to increase that sum to $40 million. Act number 6984 further provided, Act number 6984 established the Retroactive Wage Commission to identify employees who worked and were owed retroactive wages between fiscal year 1990 and fiscal year 2001. This project took the commission 4 years to complete, at which point it was determined and reported that the GVI owed 10,714 current and retired employees a total amount of $221,099,963.17. Act number 6984 further provided $45 million from the Insurance Guarantee Fund to execute the retroactive payments for all government employees and retirees owed. The Retroactive Wage Commission on August 6, 2010, voted unanimously to pay an equal percentage of 16.7% to all affected individuals. Payments totaling $38,520,503.45 were issued in October 2010 to active employees, retirees, and survivors. In 2019, Act number 4245, amended in Act number 8411 in fiscal year 2020, appropriated $10 million from the general fund to continue retroactive payments. Checks were mailed on July 23, 2021, and some payments were issued via direct deposit on July 22, 2021. A determination was made to pay each individual a flat sum of $1,700 in order to retire the full debt owed to some individuals versus a percentage as had been done before. Due to this decision, the GVI was able to pay 121 individuals their full amounts owed at a total of $147,237.68, thereby reducing the total number of individuals owed to 10,593. Of the $10 million appropriated in Act 8411, to date, $6,876,843.69 has been paid to retirees and $319,714.40 to survivors, for a total paid of $7,196,558.09. Between both Act number 6984 and Act number 8411, a total of $45,717,061.54 has been paid to retirees, active employees, and survivors. It should be noted that survivor payments are currently still being paid on a weekly basis from the remaining $2.8 million. The Division of Personnel has calculated the current balance owed to all individuals is $175,382,901.63. Once the proposed $40 million is appropriated by this body and paid by the executive branch, the balance owed will be reduced to $135,382,901.63. That balance notwithstanding, the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget submitted by Governor Browne also included $25 million for each of the next 2 fiscal years, tied to his commitment to eradicate this and other long-standing governmental debt in its entirety as quickly as possible. Once those budgets are approved, the debt will be significantly lowered to $85 million by the end of fiscal year 2024. In consideration of this payout and future planned payments, the Division of Personnel is in the process of creating a visibility portal where the individuals can see the initial amount owed, payment amounts, and balances owed. This visibility site is currently being built as part of the Division of Personnel's website and is expected to be fully functional in approximately 9 months. In conducting ongoing cash analysis and revenue projection updates, we are projecting that revenue collections for fiscal year 2022 will be approximately $908 million. Further, we have reviewed departmental and agency spending patterns while also accounting for all of the additional appropriations that have been approved throughout the fiscal year, along with the appropriations being proposed today and the supplemental budget request that was submitted last week by Governor Browne. And we have determined that overall general fund spending will be approximately $907 million. I am therefore pleased to be able to affirm that due to prudent, measured, and informed financial management, the Treasury of the Virgin Islands can indeed make this $40 million payment a reality for the thousands of employees who are all either retired or nearing retirement, to assist them in managing the high cost of inflation that has been plaguing not just us here in the Virgin Islands, but in the United States and across the globe. This body will appreciate that any assistance that is offered to the residents of this territory is also a stimulant of the economy And with the ongoing high costs of fuel and transportation, among other things, this repayment will be a huge benefit to those persons who have been waiting for years to be paid what's owed to them. We ask, therefore, for your favorable consideration of this appropriation request, and are also strongly recommending that this body approves a flat sum of $3,700 be paid to each person, as was done with the last $10 million tranche. Madam Chair, this concludes our collective testimony. I would like to thank the dedicated staff of OMB, the Division of Personnel, and the Department of Finance for their support and commitment to getting these payments out timely. We are available to answer any questions you or the other senators may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill, for your testimony. I am happy that the executive branch recognized that $25 million was definitely not sufficient to cover this long-standing issue. And after having several conversations with yourself, that we were able to see we were going to do it anyway. We had the bill anyway. But it came down, and we are prepared to have the discussion today on it. But the one thing that I will say is, in the first, when you had the retro commission, they established a percentage. And I'm personally, I don't know about my colleagues, but I'm personally having a difficult time with the flat rate. I'm having a difficult time with the flat rate because all of the individuals that are owed retro are not created equal. Some people are owed a lot more. Some people are owed a lot less. So I don't know what the challenge is, and I guess we'll hear it today. What is the challenge with offering up a percentage? Because I recalled that the last time individuals receive upwards of $13,000. So it just means that we got to do a little more work. That's what I mean. I can't see the flat rate. I just feel that it's an out that doesn't really truly give us skin in the game in this in what we're trying to accomplish here. So we'll hear. I'm certain that we'll hear, and you can respond on my time now. You know, what is the impetus for this flat rate outside of the work that was done previously, where there was a percentage based on the overall amount? It's a bit difficult for me to feel warm and fuzzy about this. So,
Mr. Reimer.
Put your name on the record for the reporter, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Cordell Reimer, Jr., Division of Personnel. You are correct, Senator. Back in 2010, when the first initial payment was made, we did process the percentage was 16.7%. A couple of years ago, when we started to work on what was tagged like the $1,700 payment, we looked at percentages based on retirees who are over the age of 65 that specific act tagged to, and we came up with a flat rate of $1,700. So if individuals were owed over $1,700, we processed the amount for $1,700. But it gave us the opportunity to kind of look at individuals who are owed a lower amount, in that case for the retirees that were over 65. So if a retiree who was over the age of 65 was only owed $1,500, we thought it necessary to pay that individual and take that individual off the books as far as retroactive wage. Recently, we did have the conversation again, percentage versus flat rate, and our goal was we kind of looked at, approximating $40 million, and we kind of looked at who was still owed, and we kind of looked at possibly giving everyone that flat rate, therefore taking individuals off the books as far as retroactive obligations do, going back 30 to 32 years.
I hear you. but I'm not sold on your response. I really believe that it is important for y'all to do the proper true-up. I understand taking folks off the rolls. Perhaps you could put folks in categories. Depending on how much is owed, then you pay those off, and then you come back to the percentage. But we got to do a little better than that, because there are people that's owed thousands of dollars, and we're having a $3,700 conversation over a $40 million appropriation. So, I mean, I could understand the $10 million. I appreciate what you're saying about that, but we're now on a different scale. So I am very challenged with the approach that you want to take. And it may require us to really do an amendment, because we don't want, when I walk away from here, I do what I want after we move the appropriation. No, I'm serious. I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but I totally understand. And I have nothing to benefit from this, but I'm just saying, I just see it as a lost opportunity. And I'm going to go to the next senator, the first senator, actually, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized. Our colleagues, we're going to go to a 2-minute round. Okay, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. Okay, I'm getting a lot of different looks, so. Well, yes, that's the thing. That's the thing. But we're going to go to a 3-minute round, because I need to make sure that, you know, all the questions are asked and answered, because this is an important conversation. So, because we have to talk about revenues, and there's so much more to talk about other than the amount that's being paid out. So, we're going to start with Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, central staff, and testifiers. I want to, my actually first question had to do along the lines with what the Senate President was talking about, because I am not really in support of this flat rate. I could be someone that's owed $20,000 and another one is owed $60,000, and you're just giving us the same thing. That is totally unfair, and it's unbalanced. Now, from me, if you guys had done something where flat rate for everybody to wipe those people off the books, and then you say, well, percentage for everybody else, I would have lived with that. But I am going along the lines, if we have to adjust it to guarantee that we do something better, that is from my perspective. So that was my first set of questioning where y'all came up with this idea, but you shared your thought process. I just don't happen to agree with it. Okay? Do you guys have a plan for, I know we're going to be covering some of the retro. Is there any other plans outside of potentially a couple of years, how you're going to pay off the balance? Or is this something we're just trying to get done for now, and then, you know, the public is going to be in outcrying, you know, again, where's the rest of our money? Do we have a long-term plan to pay off all the retro?
Yes, Senator, I'll respond to that. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of OMB. There is a long-term plan. We have committed to a minimum of $25 million in each fiscal year. You'll remember that we did submit that in the budget for 23. We did also include it in 24, and we'll continue to include $25 million, a minimum of $25 million in each year that we can. And of course, if we can find additional revenues, we will come back and ask for an appropriation to increase the amount like we did with this one.
Well, that was going to be my next question, as have you guys identified a potential source to make sure that you're able to continuously on an annual basis come up with this $25 million? Is that something you guys have looked at as to where it could be tapped into, or you're looking for us to do that for you?
No, Senator. It's all inclusive in the in the general fund. There is no specific funding source. But we have included it in all of our revenue projections and in our expenditure projections to be able to continue those payments.
Well, I am in full support. This has been a long time coming. A lot of times we get inundated. I think my emails are flooded with individuals saying, where's our money? I was at the gas station the other day. A gentleman stopped, he was calculating getting his funds. All he knows is he saw in the paper, it went up to 40, and he's like, Senator, when are we going to get it? I said, we're going to work on it. So I am hoping that we get this process as quickly. We will do our part, but when it comes to the distribution part, what is the plan for that? And give me the timeline.
So Senator, the plan is to pay it out within this fiscal year, which is why we did not ask for it to be available until expended. We are prepared to move forward with the payments as soon as we get approval from this body. Division of Personnel already has their part laid out, and Department of Finance is awaiting the full files from Division of Personnel in order to cut those checks and do those payments.
Thank you so much for the time. And people, you heard her. As soon as we pass it, they're going to start paying out. Thank you so much.
Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Okay, so you said the end of this fiscal year by September 30th?
That is the hope.
That's the hope.
Based on when you approve it, Senator.
Well, like Madam Chair said, we're going to do it anyhow. So, I mean, I should just go ahead and start putting it together. So how many people are we talking about to receive retro?
Ms. Richardson.
Good afternoon, Senator. Cordell Weimer, Division of Personnel. 10,593 individuals.
But at 3,700, that's for 10,800 people.
Excuse me?
37 million.
If you're going to do a flat rate at 3,700, you're going to calculate 10,800 people.
No, well, we were just recommending a flat rate of 30. We have indeed, of course, that would be based on legislation.
No, so that's what I'm saying. So I got into 40 million, 3,700, I got 10,800. You said 10,005.
We did it already.
So I just was saying you have more money. So in regard, based on my calculation, if I'm wrong, I will apologize. But 40 million, 3,700 into 40 million, I get 10,800. 810.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
So I'll just go. I only got 3 minutes. Now I saw where $40 million come from. So we ain't just blowing smoke to the people. Where we looking to get the projections for $15 more million from?
So, Senator, we have looked at spending patterns across the agencies. There are a number of agencies who really have not spent as much as they were appropriated. In addition, our revenues continue to be a little bit higher than projected. So we are confident that we have enough to cover not just this additional $15 million, but also the appropriations that have already been approved throughout the year, and the supplemental requests that we submitted for the hospitals as well.
Okay, great. And it won't affect. Wait, you were going. You're saying you could go ahead. So I'll get my train of thought back. But once I see you grab the mic, let me just say your numbers. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator Cordell Weimer, Division of Personnel.
30 seconds.
The flat rate we used at $3,700 at 10,593 individuals brought us to approximately $39,194,100. But of course, individuals who are owed less than that, if that was the flat rate, if it was determined that was the flat rate we would use, it would be a little bit less. Because if an individual was owed $3,600, like I stated earlier, we would just pay them that amount and take them after.
Okay, so 10,005 for the record again. 10,593. 93.
93.
Okay. Okay, and
I'll tell you time. Calls.
Oh, it just get called.
No, it called before.
Oh, I didn't hear. I apologize. I do apologize. Sorry.
Okay.
I need to.
Director Richardson, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I just want to also add to that we did the approach of the 16.7%, and we can go back to that if we want to. But I want to put on record that we did the 16.7%, and we also did the flat rate. And by doing both approaches, we only wiped off about 121 individuals from that 10,000 plus number. If we do the flat rate of the 3,700 of approximately that, we're looking at probably wiping off an additional 2,000 plus individuals off of the rolls right now if we do that approach.
I don't really understand why the focus is wiping off the rules. I'm not following. So you indicated in your testimony, Director O'Neill, that after this, what is the amount that's currently with 170 something million?
175 million.
175 million. And if we divide that in four years, what that is? I don't understand the direct correlation between what we're trying to do and getting people out of the rooms.
43.75 million.
Right. So I'm not following this conversation. Yeah, we are accomplishing what we're setting out to do here. If we do it that way. I understand the 10 million, and the thing that what happened with the 10 million is you guys did it from a 16. You used the same number from the previous. How much years ago that was?
Code of
12,
Division
13
of
years
Personnel.
ago, right?
12 years ago.
Yeah, but we can't use the same number because, again, it's not the same universe that you were considering in the 10 million. That was a smaller pool of people. So,
That's true.
I don't understand. I'm going to go to, I think there was a point of inquiry by Senator Bailey. Senator Bailey, you're recognized for your point.
Yeah.
Please recognize the senator's mic.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. What you're saying, Mr. Reimer, is that you don't need $40 million if you're going to use the $3,700 approach. You're probably going to need 37, 36. So why are you asking for 40 if when you divide that number, you're up at 39 million and there are a number of individuals that are owed less than 3,700. So what is the true number?
No, Senator, what I was saying is, like I said, we just use that as a flat rate, similar to like what we did for the what ended up being a $1,700 payment, but that was just a recommendation as we were looking at taking it off the books. But whichever percentage or whatever amount we come up with, we're ready to go. That was just something that we was recommending.
And Alain, the amount that is recommended must represent what percentage of that total that is owed. And then that percentage is what needs to be utilized. And that's how it was done. You can't just, you have individuals that are owed a tremendous amount, you got some that are owed. What makes you determine that, well, I'm going to give this one 100% of what is owed, but I'm going to give this one only 5% of what is owed to them? It has to be some equal figure. But in reality, that's the only way you compete before election, because everything else is going to take a lot of work to do, to calculate the figures when you have to go to percentage rate. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Well, let me just say that, again, I just have to say, and it's just no pun is intended, but we have to watch our short-sightedness when we're dealing with things like this. Even with the 10 million, well, it was a smaller universe, to even think about using the 16 point whatever percent that was 7%, 12 years ago. I'm not sure how we could have even considered that. And of course, from this body, we pass the money, we don't know what's going on. And that's why sometimes we have to find ourselves over legislating because of decisions like this, because we're still saying that we owe. I mean, I think what you said is on the 10 million, you owe, I think you have like a $2 million that's on the table, but I suspect that that's for folks that have passed away, so you have to deal with the probate matters, survivors, that type of thing. So that's why you have $2 million sitting on the table. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. A lot of people have passed away and not seeing their retroactive money from this government. So, while we talk about the politics of the day, we really need to consider what we do to the people of the Virgin Islands when they've worked very hard over the years and put in equity into this government, and they don't even live to see what they've worked for. So I think this is a prime opportunity. One of our responsibilities as elected leaders and as government officials, if we have surpluses in the territory, we are not for profit. So we have to figure out how to utilize those funds to serve the people. So let's all remember that. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. How much cash does the government have at hand at this present?
Your Senator, that number changes every single day.
What do we have as today?
I do not have that number today. What? I can say as of 2 weeks ago, and I can get you that number. If you're talking days cash on hand, it was about 30 30 days, and that was about 2 weeks ago. I do not have the as of today's number.
Has any consideration been regards the threat of a national recession and what the impact would be to this territory?
Of course, Senator, we continue to monitor all areas of concern relative to the economy. We have been talking about inflation. There's a number of things that we're looking at. We have an economist that we speak to. We have contracts with who are continuing to help us in projecting out for those types of scenarios. We have multiple scenarios running at any given point.
And what access does the individual that's owed money have to inquire and find out the actual amount that's owed to them?
They would reach out to the Division of Personnel. Director Richardson?
Go ahead.
I didn't hear the comment that he made.
What access does the individuals that are owed money have to utilize to find out how much is owed to them?
We do have a portal on the website in which the survivors can actually apply and put in their information and put in an inquiry, and we could obtain that information for them.
So you intend to allow the survivors, for those that are passed, to receive their funding that's owed to their loved one if they're on their
That
policy?
is correct. That is correct. Yes.
And back back to this 16.7%. The offer for 2010 was the 16.7%. And the number of individuals have decreased. So why are we using this number still? I mean, I don't know if that question has been asked and answered. I'm sorry if it was.
So, Senator, I'll jump in here and say that what was presented in a testimony at a flat rate is just a suggestion. Ultimately, this body will make the determination on whether we use flat rate, we use a 16%, we use 30%. We are willing to do whatever percentage or flat rate this body determines and move this forward. Paying out the percentage, we're not opposed to it.
Thank you very much.
Senator, you have 30 more seconds.
Thank you very much.
Director O'Neill.
Yes, Senator.
The amount owed is $174 million, right?
175.3.
So we aim whatever percentage. We need to do the math, divide the 40 plus million, and we're gonna come up with a percentage, which is somewhere about 20-something percent. 21, 22. That's what we do. I mean, we have to leave some room for give or take, but that's the way it has to be done, because all of our those that are owed retro are not created equal. Some people work for 1 year, some people work for 2 years, some people work for 20 years, and they ain't created equal.
On that, we agree, Senator.
Unfortunately, we just can't do that. Senator Giovanni James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I remember when we were having a discussion, I think it was during the budget hearings, and GRS came down, and it was made mention in the testimony that over 200 plus retirees passed away in the past. 200 and something retirees passed away. 266 retirees passed away in the past year or so. And as we speak about this $40 million, I know a percentage goes to retirees and current employees. Have we done an assessment to factor in that 266 retirees who passed away?
Yes, Division of Personnel, as mentioned, they're continuing to pay out to survivors of those who have passed away. Director Richardson can add to that.
Good afternoon, Senator Cordell. I'm a Division of Personnel. Good question, Senator. I'll put it to you in this perspective. I made a promise that he would have gotten paid before he passed. My father received 16.7% back in 2010. And I remember when he got the check, he said, more than likely by the time I get the next check, I'll be dead. And I said, no, we're going to make sure it happens. Unfortunately, my father passed. And I'm just putting it in that perspective to say, every day we deal with retirees, retirees who are owed retro, and we try to do everything to make them whole as possible. And unfortunately, my father died in 2013. But yes, we have retirees 93, 94, 95, and we try to do everything to make them whole, God forbid, before they pass. So we haven't looked at all the retirees, but once we see someone is retired, like last year when we worked on the $10 million project, spoke to a specific type of retirees who were over the age of 65 at that time. But our goal is to get everyone paid, and we just want to bring wholeness to those individuals, similar to like what the Senate President said.
Thank you for placing that on the record, and it was very heartbreaking for me when I heard about how many retirees passed away in the past year. And I'm happy to know that this body, along with the administration,
30 seconds.
are working hand in hand to make sure that we pay out our debts. I'm very happy to know that. And as we speak about the first $25 million, if I'm not mistaken, that was specifically for retirees. The first set of for $25 million, right?
No, it was not.
No, Senator Corder, Division of Personnel. The first set of retroactive obligations that was paid in 2010, a few years after the retroactive wage commission, everyone got 16.7%.
Time.
Can I answer? Subsequent to that, previous legislation that was recently passed appropriated $10 million. That $10 million project that we worked on focused only on if someone was a retiree, 1, if the individual was over the age of 65, 2, and 3, the individual was owed based on this original retro project. So like the Senate President said, that focused on a specific population. Now I think we're looking at the entire population.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And the reason why I was asking that, because I know we receive emails on the retirees, and I'm not going to go into details because they shared that with us in confidence, but I also want to make sure on the record that it's clear as far as how the $25 million and additional $50 million are being distributed. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Director O'Neill, what is the outstanding amount owed to the retirees that's not been paid out to date? What's that amount?
To the Director Richardson, do you have that number?
Good.
Or Mr. Reimer?
Good afternoon, Corder Reimer, Division of Personnel. We don't have that number readily available, but we can provide it. And
no, it was
when
said
we
here.
speak on,
it was said, I just can't find it in the testimony. It was said 2-point-something million.
Oh, the
2.8.
remaining,
I think that
the remaining amount for retirees over 65, yes, is 2.8 million.
Oh, sorry, Senator. Yes, that speak to.
So why is it being paid out on a weekly basis?
Senator, because we continue to get claims from individuals, survivors. That speaks to survivors, sorry.
But you see why the approach that y'all took is skewed, because you're basically saying that y'all have $2.8 million left from that $10 million. And you all are dealing with it based on if you all get claims from a survivor. You see what I'm saying? Again,
yes,
back to my colleague's point that if we don't do a percentage, then you're going to have money left on the table. So help me to understand why you have the 2.8.
Corder Reimer, Division of Personnel. The balance that we have we continue to pay survivors. We have individuals who continue to file claims. For example, Corder Reimer may have filed a claim on behalf of a deceased individual, and then 2-3 months later, we get a sister or a sibling and stuff like that. So we just continue to do the research once we're contacted or inquiry is sent, and then we move forward to process that amount. In that case, it would be $1,700 for that individual.
So this making it even a little more difficult. So is the retirees that's over 65, that 10 million wafa, right?
Yes, Senator.
Correct, Senator.
So you didn't get a flat file from the GRS that provided you with all of those retirees?
What we looked at, we kind of started from individuals who are paid. back in 2010. And then we got a listing from GRS of retirees who were currently on their annuity and then went to the over age of 65. So it was a combination of research that was done to then identify those individuals.
And people retiring all the time.
And people retire, on an ongoing basis. So someone could have been active at the time when prior retro was paid, but now that individual is a retiree, and then the individual just over the age of 65, 2019, 2020. 2019, 2020.
Yeah.
So it's has its little challenges here and there as we
That's
try
where you
to
need a
make those
percentage.
individuals whole.
So you could have the entire universe, and you just deal with the percentage. Senator Blayden, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reimer, that $2.8 million, what number does that represent in terms of individuals, retirees? How much individuals in respect to the 2.8?
I don't have that actual number for you, Senator, but I'll give you an example. Yes, we're using that to pay survivors. Recently, last week, we got a call for an retiree who just made, Anne St. Croix, who just made her 93rd birthday. And then we realized this individual was missed on the flat rate payout. So we reached out to Department of Finance to make sure, and like I said, we want to make these people whole. So we reached out to Department of Finance, and I think Finance is in the process of cutting that check for that individual.
Thank you. My colleagues are correct. We need to debate on percentage.
All right. Yeah, this one rough. But anyway, we're going to get through it. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to really look at the methodology and the approach for paying out the monies that have been given in the past, to include the remaining balance of the 2.8 and what we have on the table right now discussing. Similar to what has been said, I'm really troubled when I talk to our elders and they are concerned, especially the retirees, and they are concerned about their ability to see the money that they have worked for and was promised to them over the years. Is there a bracket of persons you could say and break down for us who are retirees? Say that same bracket of 65 and older, and how much they are owed.
Good afternoon, Corder Reimer, Division of Personnel. We don't have that information readily available, Senator, but however, like I said, this is something we've been working on, we continue to work on. We have individuals who haven't been made whole as yet, and those individuals deceased.
Okay, so how many, do you have a number for us of how many persons has anybody been made whole? Any retiree been made whole?
Yes, we were able to make 100, Corder Reimer Division of Personnel. We were able to make whole after the $1,700, the flat rate payment, 121 individuals.
100, and these 121 individuals, those included retirees?
Those correct. That population total were 121 retirees that we were able to make whole.
1 minute.
Okay. And how many persons were able to make whole outside of the retirees? Do you have any number?
No.
With that?
No, Senator. Corder Reimer Division of Personnel. No, Senator, because we only focused on retirees during the last flat rate payout.
Okay, and now let's go to retirees. Are you including in the 121 the survivors as well? How many survivors have you been able to make whole?
I don't have the number as far as making whole, but if a survivor submitted a claim on behalf of Corder Reimer Division of Personnel.
30 seconds.
If a survivor submitted a claim for a deceased father or mother, and that balance that individual deceased were owed were less than $1,700, then those individuals were made
it
whole,
would
but I
be
don't have
good-
that number right off the top.
Okay, and do you have the whole number for the amount of retirees still owed
Time.
retroactive?
I don't have that number readily, only because I'll say this. When we look at
Just 65 and older I want to focus on.
65 and older,
Yes.
I don't have that number, Senator.
Okay, that would be helpful in our assessment. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. It looks like we're going to have to amend this 10 million so y'all could give the percentage. The people got to get their money. That's way too much money on the table. That's almost $3 million. The entire file should come from GRS. They know who are on the rules. Whatever your year was back in the day, coming forward.
1990.
Yeah,
well, yes.
we have to reconsider that. I mean, I understand what y'all did, but that's going to leave too much money on the table.
Yes, and Senator, like I said earlier, if it's determined we're going to pay a percentage, we're ready to go. We're just basically waiting to get these individuals
It can't be nothing
paid.
else but a percentage. It shouldn't be anything else. Otherwise, we're going to be having this very same conversation again.
Yeah. We
That's
get
what
the
it should
calls.
be. It's a
We get
percentage of the
calls just to-
$175 million. Of the 40 divided by that number. Okay, Senator Bulkas, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we have continued in the dialogue, I too agree that a percentage would be the best pathway moving forward. I also noticed in the testimony that the Department of Personnel is also going to be creating a portal on your website, whereas you will have current retirees and current employees would be able to go online to see what the status is of their retro pay. Is that something that you incurred in your budget, or is that an additional fee for the Department of Personnel?
Okay, Corderima Division of Personnel. Back in 2010, at the time when the first set of retro payments was sent out, which was 16.7%, that was pretty easy at that time. Okay, that was easy in the sense of we know who the population was, we kind of had the dollar figure, we know what percentage we were paying. 12 years later or 11 years later to where we are now, there's a combination of first set of payments. And I'll use my father as an example. My father got 16.7%. That was easy. He died in 2013. Okay? So any future payments on behalf of my dad would have to go to myself and my siblings. So $1,700 flat rate payout came out. That was one thing. Then we're here again where we may look like we may pay a percentage or a flat rate. So we decided that, keeping track of this going forward on a daily basis, it's definitely has its up moments. So what we decided to do, to eliminate the amount of calls, or not to eliminate, but to mitigate the amount of calls we get, we want to make a portal and put it out there. And we've spoken to BIT because from what our initial look at, a lot of it is going to be storage. So we're going to use our resources with Bureau of Information Technology to eat up a lot of the costs.
So is that
1 minute?
cost association absorbed by the Department of Personnel, or do you need additional funding to do that, is my question.
Yeah, we wanted to use the enterprise agreement that BIT has as far as government-wide to utilize some of the cost as far as cloud storage. To store the spreadsheets, because for every individual that we researched, there's an individual spreadsheet, but there will be an additional cost.
Okay.
30 seconds.
No additional cost.
In the current revenue projection in your testimony, you had $908 million for fiscal year 2022. How does that compare to our initial projection calculated last year?
Senator, I think it's actually a little bit less than what we projected last year. What we projected to end this year was more in the range of 940 initially. We have lowered our projections based on what we've been seeing, but I think that we did over forecast to begin with. So we are right sizing the revenue projections now.
Time.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Senator Bulkas. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, a lot of people get confused all the time, to include myself. We always talking this 16%, and I used to say 16% of what this government owe me a whole lot of money. And we're talking about 16% paid in, 2010 it was? And so I used to keep asking when I'll get the other 84%. But every time you change these allotments, it seems like the percentage going to keep changing. So what I'm looking at, though, and y'all were talking about people aging, people getting sick, and unfortunately passing on and whatnot. But given the long-standing nature of this particular debt and the advanced age of some of those owed these monies, shouldn't we prioritize paying off those owed retroactive wages for the longest period, at least? Are we looking at that?
Good afternoon, Senator Cordell. I'm a Division of Personnel. When we look at the obligation, we look at the obligation covering the period of fiscal year 1990 to fiscal year 2001. That is the time period. You have individuals that are owed. We have 10 individuals right now owed over 100,000.
So that was going to be my next question, because you all testified that each employee will receive, I think it was $3,700 or something. So I wanted to know what was the average amount owed to each employee.
Okay, I can break it. You want to know?
Go ahead.
Corderima Division of Personnel. I could break it in brackets for you.
1 minute.
Individuals owed $2,500 or less.
I tell you what, until you could explain that, right, you're going to be able to explain it. But I just want to throw out a question. So when that time call, because my office, and I'm sure a lot of other senators' office, took a great number of calls regarding this premium pay and the taxes that came out of it and whatnot. So at the end, I would like for the OMB director at least to just explain to those viewing and listening exactly what taxes will be taken out of these retroactive
30 seconds.
Wages and payments. So at the end. Okay. At the end. Thank you.
Okay. Just to your first part, I'll just kind of give the top three. The top three, as far as amounts owed, between $10,001 through $25,000, we have roughly 3,600 individuals owed. The second tier were individuals who fell between the range of $25,000 to $50,000. Those were 2,355 individuals. And the tier number 3 were individuals owed between $5,000 and $10,000. That was roughly $1,700, Senator.
Time.
Sorry, Senator, correction, 1,700 individuals.
Okay, thank you. So that 3,700 will be a drop in the bucket for at least a tier 1 and tier 2. Thank you for that breakdown, and hopefully we could hear from OMB and the retroactive wage taxes.
Thank you for that question, Senator. The taxes will be, once it's processed through payroll, it will be really those employees who are still active that would be taxed at their regular tax rate. If you're retired or the survivors, they will not be taxed up front. They will be issued a 1099 for that payment so that they can then file for that on their taxes when they file their tax returns.
Just for clarification, the numbers that you were just sharing was tied to the 10 million, the retirees?
Corderima Division of Personnel. No, that was just overall.
That's the overall.
That's overall, Senator.
For the 175 million.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Senator. Sorry about that.
So you see why this conversation, you see why I can't have a conversation about $3,700. How? You can't do that. Okay. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. So if the plan is moving forward after this, this goes forward today if we vote on this, the plan is to pay $25 million in every fiscal budget.
Yes, Senator. A minimum of $25 million.
Minimum of 25. And we stick to the minimum of 25. By when will we liquidate this debt that we have with our retirees and our current workers that are owed this retroactive?
You're talking about five and a half years.
Five
roughly.
and a half years. And that's the plan that you have right now. Okay, talk to me a little bit about the survivor payments. So the status on that, you said you still have $2.8 million? Just clear it up a little bit for me.
Yes, that's the balance. So we receive the survivor inquiries on a regular basis, so they're being processed as they come in.
Okay. How much has been paid out to the survivors then?
If you look at total survivor payments, and that covers survivors who were paid, Quarter-Rima Division of Personnel, sorry. If you look at survivors who were paid back in 2010, 2011, in combination with individuals who were paid in 2021, who are still being paid, survivors, you're talking approximately $1.9 million.
$0.9 million. And what is the department doing to be able to reach out to the survivors? What's the process for that? Are you waiting for someone to make a claim? What mechanism or means you're using to alert survivors
1 minute
that there is funds available that they're entitled to?
Good afternoon, Quarter-Rima Division of Personnel. Division of Personnel and Department of Finance has used like various mechanisms. Even some of the individuals who, by word of mouth, I think right now Department of Finance is compiling a list to, I think, go out in the daily news. So media, social. We just want to get these people paid. So it's a combination of reaching out,
30
outreach,
seconds.
From the government perspective.
No, I know it's a combination of reaching out, but how are we doing it? Because you have some money that is there, 2.8. So how are the survivors? How can they know that this money is sitting there for them?
Well, that's kind of being handled by Department of Finance.
And talk to me a little bit about then this visibility portal that you're planning to implement.
Time.
What's the status and by when? And you could do it on the chair's time. And thank you. I think it's time for us to make these retirees whole and government employees.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, of course, this was tied to retirees, right? So when we're having a Department of Finance conversation, this should be done in conjunction with GRS. Y'all should be getting the information from GRS. Every single person that was on the GRS rules have a beneficiary. If they pass, there is a name there for the majority of the people. What prevents us from working with GRS and sending out letters saying, hey, you're a beneficiary, we have this amount owed from the government to your dad, your mom, da-da-da, and I mean, this conversation a little off for me.
No.
I trying to, this conversation is a little off. We have not given this the proper thought as to how to effectuate the payment, the $10 million payment to the retirees. And you cannot do it absent of working very closely with the government employees retirement system. I mean, there is no other way to do this.
Senator Quarter-Rima Division of Personnel. We do work closely with Department of Finance. When the senator asked, I thought he was kind of referencing like getting individuals out, like individuals, so that individuals could come and, collect checks. And Department of Finance did take that initiative to kind of compile the list and things like that. But no, we have bi-weekly meetings with GERS, not only necessarily on retro pay, but ongoing projects with GERS, Senator.
Okay, so,
So
what
I-
you're talking about is it checks that were not
Correct.
claimed?
Correct. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so you have to be clear. Is it checks that were not claimed? But our concern is to ensure that the GRS have that data. So if you have, because you commented earlier and you said that there are individuals who are filing claims weekly or whatever on a regular basis. So they need to give you the information. They need to be clear on providing the information. I'm going to
Yes.
recognize Senator Sarro because we need to move on. Senator Sarro,
No problem.
you're recognized for your 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot of numbers happening today. I don't know what angle to come from this afternoon because $40 million sounds good to retirees and to anybody that's owed retroactive, to be honest. It sounds good. And we don't want to play on the emotions of the people to whom this money is owed. And we also have to be cognizant of passing legislations for political expediency as well. And I'm hearing the questions, and some of the questions I had have been asked already, and we don't have the information. So we came for $40 million. The bill looks good. $40 million, but we didn't even scrub the numbers. And my note says out of operations. That's what I write in my notes. Because we have budget wrap up tomorrow. And we're moving a $40 million legislation today. Having not even scrubbed the numbers for FY 2022. So Director Richardson, we owed the beneficiaries 8%. Have we made all of the beneficiaries whole to whom we owed 8% to?
Yes, based on, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. Yes, we have made those payments of the 8%, and we're also in the process of doing survivor payments as well.
That's what I'm saying, because in the process, I've been asking about it. Before you came on board, I sent Ms. Hassel a million emails asking about those widows.
1 minute.
Or those who are owed. So we still haven't made those payments to the beneficiaries.
Yes.
Those who had spouses that passed away.
Yes, we have.
You have?
Yes.
And you're still making those payments?
Yes.
Okay. Director O'Neill, what's your actuals to date?
So, Senator, before I answer your question,
No, my time, I have 1 minute. Can you please answer me?
I am answering your question. You going to allow me to answer the question?
What's the actuals to date?
30 seconds.
Senator, I don't do politics, so let's not do that.
Madam
Please.
Chair?
We're going to be respectful. Let's be respectful.
Madam Chair, I asked for the actuals.
Answer the question if you want to provide, hold the senator's time. If you want to provide additional information after, I'll be happy to let you do that, but you have to answer the senator's question, please.
I will provide it as soon as I pull it up. However, I would like to also say that...
On the senator's time.
Okay.
Hold the senator's time, please.
I will pull it up and get it to you.
So hold the senator's time. You have another question in the interim while she finds the information? You may proceed, Senator.
And what's the projections for September collections? So I'm asking for the actuals to date and the projections for September.
Collections as of August 12th totaled $767.2 million. Sorry, as of August 5th.
That's our projections or actuals?
You asked what is the actuals. The actual collection as of
767.2.
August 5th is 767.2.
And what's the projections for September?
The overall projection is 908 to get to for the rest of August and September.
Time.
Madam Chair, the crux of what I'm asking is the affordability of what we have before us. And I'm just asking for I heard that the projections is 908, but, you know, what is the actual projection? Because 767.2, we have 30 days left in the fiscal year to get to 908, the affordability of it. And I think we need a next round.
So what you're missing, Senator, is the fact that I think the OMB indicated earlier that their departments and agencies are not going to expend all of what was
Madam
appropriated for
Chair,
FY.
I'm not missing anything. I heard the discussion.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
your
missing
time has been
anything.
called, so we're not going to go back and forth. So were you satisfied with the response? Because I want to make sure that we are all covered in our the decision we're making today.
Like this. My time was eaten up.
Madam Clerk, could you put another 30 seconds on the clock for Senator Sarah, please? You may proceed, Senator.
Have we satisfied our obligations to the vendors and our nonprofits up until the third and fourth quarter? Because we're in the fourth quarter now.
All releases have been made for those who have submitted all of their documentation. There are a number of nonprofits who have not submitted because they don't have their documentation.
And the vendors?
I'm not responsible for vendor payments.
Okay, but based on your numbers, because management and budget, I know that finance makes vendor payments, but are we in line to fulfill those obligations?
To my knowledge, whatever is entered in the system can and will be paid.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sarah. So, OMB Director, let me just ask, because we need to just clear up this concern. We'll try to clear up the concern. Let me ask you, how many vacant positions you have currently in the government of the VA?
Director Richardson, do you have that number?
How many positions?
Vacant.
Vacant?
In 22?
Yeah, we talking about 22 because we talked about having markup tomorrow, but markup is for 2023.
23, correct. That's what I wanted to
I'm speaking to 2022. So based on your vacancies and based on what has been expended, this is why you are projecting that this, you have to be clear in your presentation. So
yes,
help
Senator.
us to understand, please.
So after conducting analysis, we have on average roughly $75 million that will not be spent by agencies, most of it being in personnel, where they weren't able to hire for a number of reasons. We have submitted some appropriation transfers for a couple of agencies to have those rectified, Department of Education being probably the largest one with $6 million. However, on average, we're looking at about $70 million that will not be spent across the GVI, along with the cash revenues that we are seeing, which are coming in a little bit higher than our revised projections. And we have taken into account all of the other appropriations that have been made in this fiscal year by this body so far, along with the supplemental that we did submit as well, to come up with the estimates of about $907 million that will actually be spent in this fiscal year, and $908 million roughly that we will collect in this fiscal year. So we have done a lot of research into this. We've run a lot of models. We continue to have outside vendors working along with us to pull these numbers. I'm not just pulling them out of the air. They are valid. And, you know, we are confident in where we are and that the fact that we can, in fact, make this $40 million payment along with all of our other obligations.
Thank you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Director O'Neill, Director Richardson, and Mr. Cordell Reimer of the Division of Personnel. Without question, we have a legal, moral obligation to make good on this outstanding retroactive application that has been running for probably over 3 decades. And there's no question, I don't think anybody can argue with that. I know that we have, back in the day when we made the initial 16.7% payment, it was a massive undertaking. I know Cordell Reimer was there, and you played a lead in that process. I know we had a retroactive commission that we put together to do all of the heavy lifting to come up with the numbers that we're still using up to today. I know we had people like Ruby Amy, retirees like Glenda Goodings, who are all a part of this very massive process. Will we need any sort of additional staffing, Director Richardson, Mr. Reimer, to effectively and efficiently carry out this very massive undertaking?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Based on my review and actually seeing how the work of the commission, how it went from a manual to an automated process, I believe a lot of the heavy lifting was already done. And I do think that we do have the enough personnel right now to carry this out. And I do want to just go ahead and say that even though we recommended that flat rate, if we do decide today, and I'm just going to do a quick calculation and say maybe like a 22%, we are prepared to do that either way, whether we decide to go with a flat rate or the percentage. We are ready and available to do this payout.
It shouldn't be that challenging because it's just a matter of you applying the 22% to whatever that balance obligation is.
Correct.
1 minute.
Okay.
Quarter Reimer Division of Personnel. Yes, Senator. Like I said, either whichever which way we go, if it is decided that we'll go with a percentage, it's just a matter of applying a percentage and getting the data ready to go to Department of Finance for processing.
Okay. Is there a particular advantage in your view? And I know when you and the team were discussing this whole
30
process,
seconds.
is there an advantage to the flat rate, or was there an advantage to the flat rate versus the percentage rate? Why you were leaning towards the flat rate during your discussions? If you could give us a little bird's eye view as to how the discussions went.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Quarter Reimer Division of Personnel. As we were discussing it, we were just looking at both options. We were looking at a percentage. We were looking at will we pay 16.7% again, which would just kind of simplify the process. If I paid Cordell Reimer 16.7%, which amounted to 11,000, then we just pay Cordell Reimer 11,000 again. But we were just looking at different options. We looked at percentage. We didn't know what the percentage may be if we got to that, but we just also looked at flat rate amount.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your response.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I have to ask this question. The Division of Personnel cannot determine the percentage. The percentage must be determined by the financial people. If you got $40 million, I have 175 million outstanding. You gotta do the math. Personnel cannot. We cannot have an arbitrary. I know that. So you are. Reimer, you are the IT person. I want to make sure that there is some conversation that's occurring between yourselves and OMB and DOF, because it can't be about an arbitrary and capricious number. It has to be based on what's owed, the 40 million into it, and that's going to tell you what the people get. That's the only way to do this. So we have to acknowledge that we erred with the 10 million, and we shall correct ourselves on the 10 million as well. We're going to have to make the people whole. We have to go back and look at the 10 million and see where we fell short and address it. Because, those that you took off the rolls, then you give that consideration and you count back and see what's left. But we got to cover the folks the right way. So this cannot be an arbitrary number. It has to be based on the amount. You do the math, and I can't say it enough. This ain't if we decide. This has to happen. That's what have to happen. There's no other way around this. So if we have an ifs conversation, then it sounds like we need to do an amendment to say that this is what you have to do. Senator Vele, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Gosh, 3 minutes,
Thank you,
Senator.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Director Richardson kind of said the right number when she said 22%. It's going to be some way within that jurisdiction. But before I speak to anything else, this is directly out of the 2010 playbook. Exact replica. And it worked last time. We're going to see if it's going to work this time. It's directly out of the 2010 playbook. We know that individuals want the retroactive pay, and it's not something that you can negotiate or something that is going to come at a different time. It is always so applicable when it comes right before an election. Always applicable. Who in the right mind will vote against retroactive pay? Which legislator? None. So you bring it then, and a couple of weeks before election, you say, I paid you your retroactive. But your retroactive are really monies that are owed to you. In a favor. It's money owed by this government for a long period of time. And the salient issues after the retroactive is paid is our health care and education. That's the salient issues. Because the retroactive is going to come and it's going to done. And the healthcare system is still going to be there and the education is still going to be there. So I just urge everybody as we prepare for all the senators to vote for this measure that we be very careful. However, I know that there are other measures before us. We got a supplemental today. I see some $5 million additional for GFL. There's some transfers here and there. The good budget director is going to be before us tomorrow for the budget wrap-up. So I really wish that today was after tomorrow.
1 minute.
After we're able to scrub all the numbers, after we look at the supplemental budget, after we get the revenue projections in all the categories, how much are actually going to be spent by departments. I wish that it was right after, so we could just make sure. And the 40 is there, but then we need to make sure after the 40, according to the budget director, that you're able to meet all of the other obligations. And the 908 is on the lower end. Oh, you got such a low number. 908, you're backing out 40.
30
and
seconds.
then you're backing out the supplemental budget. So the overall cumulative figure that have been given to us literally says that this government has not been spending the money allocated in all the various departments by not filling vacancies and not doing X, Y, and Z. And definitely we're going to have to look at that in budget markup because we're allocating monies to bring people on board, to be able to pay into retirement and insurance, et cetera, and it's not being utilized, so the budget director now has some flexibility.
Time.
And my good Madam Chair is so wise that she started out saying 2 minutes because her original intent was 3 minutes. But she knew if she said 2 minutes, it will go to 3 minutes. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Veely. And of course, you're always diligent with the numbers, but we know what's before us, and we know that as we approach the 2023 budget, that really has nothing to do with FY 2022. Senator Blayden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. Let me just ask quickly, because it is clear that we are going to assure that it's done based on percentage-wise. My question is, though, Director O'Neill, let me come to you right quick, because you mentioned some numbers in terms of year-to-date number was 767.2, and the projection is 908?
Yes, Senator.
So we have, a month and 2 days left, so we're going to bring in 141 between...
Well, no, Senator, remember, I mentioned that was as of August 5th, so it's really the
5th.
Yeah,
okay,
so it's
bad.
really the entire month of August and the entire month of September that we have collections. And
Understood.
if you know, there are a number of people who file quarterly as well, so we're expecting a good amount in September.
Understood. That's my misunderstanding. I stand corrected. Okay, with that being said, I do believe that, I do know based on the presentation thus far during the budget season, many departments have not spent what was projected, and also I look forward to the budget markup. I look forward to us paying these long overdue retroactive payments, because as was stated, many have died and many are at that stage where they would not be able to collect that. So I look forward to us working together to bring forward some type of resolution when it comes to the payment. I really don't have any questions because most of my questions have been put forward and answered. So I appreciate your time, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Bladen. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to you. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. So I want to just first off say this is a great step forward as one who has long advocated for retroactive payments. I look directly at Mr. Reimer because Mr. Reimer was one who I can say my former capacity as I gave my former staff, which was a Herculean effort, the right to the retroactive payment. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank the division personnel. And I want to say, the question I have is about processes. Having actually gone through the retroactive payment process as a person in that capacity, it was pretty much a difficult task. Still largely paper-based in some aspects. Has there been any improvements to division of personnel by way of assisting HR directors so that the process is more streamlined and we can avoid all the challenges and the layers, the bureaucratic layers of retroactive payment processing?
Good afternoon, Senator Corder. I'm a division of personnel. I'm glad you asked that question. In the short process, when the research was done initially between the years of 2007 to 2010, it was a manual research. We had about 20 individuals that we hired. These were who we considered retro gurus. I think Senator Potter made a reference to that. And they had to go in and analyze over 30 contracts and look at the time period for all of those contracts and determine if they were paid and if they were not paid. That focus between fiscal year 1990 and 2001. Once we got that individual, that manual research that was done, we had 2 individuals that had to certify that the information was correct. We took that manual process and we converted it into spreadsheets. So every individual had theirs, every individual whose research was done on had 1 individual spreadsheet per person. Then we took that spreadsheet and we sent it to Department of Finance. Department of Finance had to go in and look to see during the time period of 1990 to 2001, how much hours those individuals actually worked.
And thank you for that because of time called. Yes. I just want to turn to Director O'Neill. A lot of the challenges you and I communicate a lot about nonprofit payments. I want to thank you and your staff. I understand regular communication. I do appreciate that, and it's open. There were also challenges with respect to the paperwork through your office as you go through the retroactive process. I remember at one point for months and months, it was a small staff. So imagine a larger government, more people. Are you shoring up more staff to assist with the processing on your end and within the Office of Management and Budget?
More staff to process what?
To help process the paperwork so that that we can see a quicker turnaround with respect to these payments. I remember it took quite a few months for particularly the PRF.
Which payments specifically?
All payments, just as from the all payments. I'm just talking about, do you have staff to shore up for much faster processing?
OMB does not process payments.
You have to allow the senator to finish. Wrap up, Senator.
Not the processing of payments as you go through the OMB's role in cutting the check, but also the process by which, how are you going to facilitate the processing of working with division personnel in order for this process to move a lot more quickly? How would you, for the element that Office of Management and Budget plays in this role?
So our role in the retroactive payout would be simply to release the funds once they are appropriated. That's it.
Okay. But as you know, Director O'Neill, we've had that many times where we provide a fund and we ask you to make payments on it and move the funding forward rather. What commitment do we have for just a faster processing, particularly of this situation? And what's the timeline?
The way it works, the process is that OMB does not release monies without being requested to release monies. So the host department, whatever that may be, would then be the entity that request the release. If this $40 million is placed under OMB, then we will proceed with moving that quickly. But if it's placed on another department, I have no control over when they ask for the release. So it would depend on where this body places the $40 million, and that would determine my actions at that point.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Senator Whitaker. But there's still a responsibility, OMB Director O'Neill, for us to follow the law. So if there are obligations, then somebody must be in your office looking to see that this needs to be done. So I'm sure that's happening as well.
Yes, it absolutely
That
is
has to
happening.
happen.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. And how much longer must we wait? People want their retro now. I'll tell you that government employees have made a lot of sacrifices over the years. That's the honest truth. And even waiting 12 years for this retroactive payment again after being paid the initial 16.7%, we see where just in 1 year, we lost 266 government employees. If we had to multiply that over the last 12 years, we're talking about over 3,000 government employees, hence why we got $2.8 million still there. And then we don't have our paperwork in order. So again, you have multiple beneficiaries that appear and then demand this money. And then you have to go through the process of really vetting each of those. And I believe that that's the reason why we're where we're at. But over the years, government have negotiated in bad faith. Bad faith. I had the discussion because I was in the police department at the time in 2010 when we paid the initial retroactive, and we had employees continue to challenge the amount of money that they receive, whether or not overtime was involved, night differential, holiday pay. A lot of sacrifices, a lot of numbers to scrub. So you said the retroactive pay was covering from 1990 to what?
Quarter Ryman Division of Personnel, fiscal year 1990 through fiscal year 2001.
2001, just about 11 years. And how was government employees aware of exactly what they owed?
Quarter Ryman Division of Personnel. Initially, Senator, prior to the payment in 2010, we did do a portal that individuals were able to log on to securely and basically see that spreadsheet that I spoke about. That it would say John Doe, it would show you the year, and it would show you each year from 1990 through 2001, the calculation, and you would also see the hours worked.
Is that portal still active today?
No, Senator.
30 seconds.
Right now, as we spoke and doing a new visibility site, that was a snapshot at that given point in time. But now we find it necessary not only to show where the research was done, but you could see, or survivors could see, subsequent payments based on that initial total obligation. So we're trying to be very comprehensive and design the site in a way that could it only be used for this retro, but God forbid we end up in retro again, it could be used in the future. So we're trying to be very comprehensive.
I think it's very critical for employees to be able to determine exactly how much is owed, or at least family members. And we're not even talking about interest here today.
Time.
People that's owed for so long should also be, interest should also be included, but that's not a conversation for today. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to start a firestorm, but please be aware of that. We want retro now.
Thank you, Senator Francis. We've exhausted our questions in this on this particular matter. I'm going to allow the Office of Management and Budget as well as the Director of Personnel to put a... You have anything else you want to add before we ask you to do that?
No, Senator.
We're going to ask you to put a... We're going to start with Director Richardson. you to put a 30-second closing on the record.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I just want to thank the committee as a whole for allowing the Division of Personnel and OMB to come before you today to give our position on the proposed bill. As stated earlier, the Division of Personnel stands ready to process whatever is determined today and to ensure that the retro payments are received by all involved and who are owed monies. And you also have my commitment to make sure that those 266 individuals' information is pulled from GRS and that we do our best efforts to ensure that those survivors are contacted and aware of what's available to them. Thank you.
Okay. We are trying to close, but I'm trying to lead with grace here. And one of my colleagues asked for a quick point of inquiry, so I'm going to allow the point of inquiry. Senator Gittins, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Gittins' mic, please.
They must have known I needed to catch my breath. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to OMB Director, since I sat here earlier and asked about the premium pay, I've gotten a number of text messages that just came from my office, a number of phone calls asking whether or not those individuals working at the hospital and at the fire department, and those are the two places I definitely got calls from, making over $70,000, will they get their premium pay?
Senator?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
Yes, so actually I was going to include that in my 30-second wrap-up. Yes, we actually are preparing to send that waiver request to Treasury for those employees who are the first responders, which are the healthcare workers. Those are the hospitals. And not just fire, it's police as well. All of those, Bureau of Corrections, fire, police, and the healthcare workers, Department of Health, Human Services, and the two hospitals. We are preparing that waiver request to send to Treasury to get those employees approved for premium pay. We know they make, all of them, especially with overtime, and because Treasury's rules is that it is total compensation, we know they are over the $70,000, and we are definitely preparing that waiver request to send it off quickly so we can get them paid as well.
And just because these are the first responders we're talking to that should have really been looked at first, I'm going to just leap out and ask, how soon do you think you'll be able to send out that waiver?
Senator, honestly, it is my hope, or is my plan, to get that letter out in the next 2 weeks or so to Treasury. I think I will get some final data from Division of Personnel relative to the numbers, and then we will get that off. So probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks maximum is what I would say to get the letter out to the department, U.S. Department of Treasury.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So basically you're saying, because when you say letter, it seems as if you can just draft correspondence explaining the circumstances in the Virgin Islands and laying out why we're asking what for our acts. But it seems like you need to collect data, because I don't want it to come across as if you're sitting on a letter for 2 weeks, because when you said 2 weeks, I was like 2 weeks to do a letter. So you're collecting the information in order to send them an entire package for approval.
Correct, Senator.
Okay,
so which is why I mentioned working with Division of Personnel to get those final numbers so we can put that package together and send to Treasury.
Now you can put your 30-second close on the record.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and to the other senators here today. Thank you for your questions and for allowing us to be here to request these $40 million to be paid out to government employees, retirees, and survivors. It is our hope that you will approve this quickly or today, and we can move forward with getting the payments moved out to the individuals quickly. I will say that I do agree on the percentage. It would be, in my mind, faster as a numbers person. It's just easier for me to think percentage. So 22.8% is what I calculated. I would be in favor of that. Division of Personnel will be in favor of that. So if this body is in agreement with that 22.8% to get rid of that $40 million straight off the bat, we would not hesitate to take that directive from you. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. We've exhausted this particular matter, and there are no other questions or concerns. I'm sure there are other concerns, but there are no other questions. So we are going to dismiss you, and the Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. Colleagues, the Committee of the Whole is back on the record. Colleagues, we have disposed of the matters that we discussed in Committee of the Whole. We now rise back up into legislative session. Do I hear a motion? Before I entertain the motion, I think it's important that we share with the community why we took so long to get back on the record. We had some challenges, some technical challenges with some of our amendments today, so we had to make sure that we got them straight. So we apologize for any inconvenience this caused, but we had to make sure that we ensure that the information that we are about to approve is in fact correct and accurate, and we are able to enact it once, if they pass today. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam President.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam President. At this time, Madam President, I waive the reading of the standing committees chairperson's report. I so move.
Roll call on the... This has been a long day.
Waive the reading of committee reports.
This has been a long day. The motion has been properly moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr. to table committee reports, seconded by Senator Carla J. Joseph, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. No. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Yes. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Yes. Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, we have 11 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to waive the reading of committee reports is hereby adopted. Motion. Do I hear a motion? Motion. You're recognized for your motion, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. At this time, I move to waive Rules 603 and 608 of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands rules. I so move.
Motion to waive Rules 608, 603, and 608 has been properly moved. 603, 608 has been properly moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory,
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton Potter, Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru, Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, we have 11 yeas, 3 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to waive rules 603 and 608 has been adopted. This has been a long day. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President and colleagues, I move to Special Order Bill number 34-0289 and Act amending Act number 8474 relating to the fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands and to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. I so move.
Motion is properly moved by Senator Novalie Francis to special order bill number 34-0289 has been properly moved by Senator Novalie Francis Jr. and seconded by all senators. Hearing no objections, do I need a vote? I do need a vote. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
You need a vote. You need for a special order, yes, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to special order bill number 34-0289 has been adopted. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of order.
Don't worry about the rule. We're going to figure it out right now. In regards to the motion for 603 and 608, you don't have a majority leader, so the senator made a rule for across the board.
Your point of order is out of order, Senator DeGraff.
Okay.
Your point of order is out of order. Rule 603 and 608 is the motion to consider special order, and it requires 8 votes, and we got more than 8 votes. We got all of us voted, so I'm not certain why we're having this particular concern. You're out of order, Senator DeGraff. Yes, so are there any overrides at this time? Do we have any overrides, colleagues? Do we have any other special orders? Please recognize Senator Whitaker's mic. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your
Testing.
motion.
Madam President, I move to discharge Bill number 34-030301 for the Committee on Government Operations Consumer Protection, an act repealing Section 2 of Act number 8569 relating to the definition of agriculture processing plant to be special ordered to the floor and added to today's session agenda for consideration by the body. I so move.
Bill number 34-0301 has been has been properly moved by Senator Genevieve Whitaker, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vielle. Senator Vielle, not voting. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, we have 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Please count Senator Blyden's vote as yes.
Madam President, we have 14 yeas, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-301 has been special ordered to today's agenda. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for some clarity, I know where we set precedents in a prior legislative session where everyone who special order a bill, they had to reference the rules. So I just want to place on the record, I remember that was the precedent.
I remember.
And I just want to make sure, are we setting our precedents moving forward? Because the rules were not waived for the special order for the senator motion.
I can respond.
Thank you.
So I intently listened to the waiving of the rules, and the senator did not reference any specific bill. That was the difference. That was the difference. He asked to waive the rules for this session. So, legal counsel is here. You can, I can engage legal counsel on this. Legal counsel, based on my response, based on what happened the last time, what's the perspective on this? Please recognize the mic of our legal counsel, please.
Hello? Okay, we're good? All right. All right. Madam President, you're referring to the motion that was made by Senator Francis?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
This is Senator James brought a concern. Senator James brought a concern as it relates to what occurred in our last session where legal counsel shared with us that once we are special ordering measures, we need to, for each special order, we are to bring the waiving of the rules. However, what I noted today, because I thought about it, what I noted today with the senator that brought the waiving of the rules, he specifically said he did not specifically refer to the bill that he was looking to special order. He just made a waiving of the rules for this session.
So for my clarity, Madam President, are we referring to Senator Francis's motion or
Correct.
to Senator Whitaker's motion? Because Senator James is saying Senator Whitaker's motion.
Yes, but Senator Whitaker's motion did not come with a waiving of the rules.
Okay.
And I did not ask her to waive the rules because when Senator Francis brought the waiving of the rules, he was not specific
Right.
to his bill that he was bringing before the body.
That is correct. Both motions are in order before the floor, before the body. And specifically, Senator Whitaker's motion, she referred to Section 608 of the rules. And that specifically She said to discharge bill number 0301 from the Committee of Government Operations. But that specifically, 608 speaks to discharging a committee. So even though she may not have specifically said Rule 608, the fact that she used the words discharging bill number 340302 from the Committee of Government Operations, where it has been pro forma to, is proper under the rules of the 34th Legislature. Because she said discharging that bill number. And specifically, Rule 608 speaks to discharging a committee. That's what these rules say.
Senator, does that satisfy your concern? All right, do I hear a motion? Senator Francis, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to reorder the floor agenda and some committee time, debate time to each block. Block 1, as a matter of fact, will be consolidating and just doing one block. All bills and nominees will be considered in Block 1 as well as the resolution. So Block 1 will involve bill number 34-0300. Also, the nominees, Gerson Martinez, Dale Browne, Carl Testitor Jr., Dr. Learie Lindsay, Dr. William DeLone, as well as bill number 34-0244, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Code, Chapter 4, Section 191A and D to expand and clarify the definition of naturopathic medicine and the physical modalities used in the practice of naturopathy. Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the Government of the Virgin Islands and CREFT 3, U.S. Virgin Islands Hotel Owner, Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation, as well as the special order that was brought before us today, 34-0301, and the last bill on today's agenda, And the non-germane bill will be 34-0289. And we'll allot a 3-minute debate time for all measures in this block. I so move.
Motion to set debate time and reorder today's agenda has been properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the items in block number 1, in our only block for the day?
Bill number 34-0300, a resolution to reorganize the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to fill a vacancy in the Majority Caucus. Nominees: Gerson Martinez, VI Aquaculture and Mariculture Commission; Dale Browne, Virgin Islands Conservation District; Carl Tesitor Jr., Virgin Islands Conservation District; Dr. Learie Lindsay, VI Board of Medical Examiners; Dr. William DeLone, UVI Research and Technology Park Board of Directors. Bill number 34-0244, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 191, to expand and clarify the definition of naturopathic medicine and the physical modalities used in the practice of naturopathy. Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation. Bill number 34-0301, an act repealing Section 2 of Act 8569 relating to the definition of agriculture processing plant. Bill number 34-0289, an act amending Act number 8474 relating to the fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the debate time has been set for 3 minutes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. I rise in support of all the nominees in this block. I look forward to voting in the affirmative. As I move on, I would like to object to Bill 34-30300, which is the resolution for the reorganization of this institution. This is the third time that this majority has reorganized the legislature. And unfortunately, we've had a previous situation where the majority leader has been removed. And to this date, in this document, you have yet to name a majority leader. I find it interesting that between a party of 4, we have been able to figure out how to have a minority leader. But in a party of 11, y'all still have got to be able to figure out who is going to represent you as a majority. I find it entertaining that you consistently tell us that we need to mind our business, but this is also the business of the people. So make sure that I would hope that y'all at some point figure out who's going to lead y'all. Thank you. In regards to Bill 34-0301, I will vote at the point when that comes up. I would also like to discuss Bill 34-0289, which I am also a sponsor of. When it comes to retroactive pay here in the territory, it has been a long time coming. We have had some payments go out, but hopefully with this additional payment, and we continue to pay off retroactive, people at some point will start to feel that they're whole. It is unfair that individuals have worked for this government for so long, and we have to now at this juncture and continue to try to catch them up. it is not right. So I'm very happy as an institution, whether through this legislature along with the administration working collectively to make sure the people of this territory that has put in their time, their effort, and their work should get the money they rightfully deserve. So anything else? We have a couple of amendments coming up. I will vote at them at the appropriate time. And I would like to thank my colleagues for a very interesting day.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, colleagues. It's been a long day, but again, we're doing the people's business. The bill in support of the Frenchman Reef, I stand in support 100%. Because as was mentioned, 500 rooms. I had opportunity to go over there and see it in the construction phase. It's coming back well, and I can remember the days of going, like the gentleman said, everything happened at Frenchman Reef. So I am happy for that and, look forward to that. I stand in support. I'd like to say thank you to all the nominees. Thank you for standing up to face the ridicule, face the support, and just do the job for the people and be a part of it. So thank you to all of the nominees. I stand in support of those. The retro, a long time, 90 to 2001. Having worked many, many years in the government and seeing people who have, what was the number, 266 individuals that passed away waiting for the retro money. So let's make it happen. And like Madam Chair at the time said, Madam President, we're going to do it anyway. So we're going to make the people whole. And I stand in full support of the amendment that you bring in regards to it and look forward to supporting that. Now, is it 289 is the non-germane bill? 289? Yeah, okay, so again, I had some reservations in regards to 289 because of one of the things that I feel would cause some conflict. And, for lack of a better word, it's just willfully done. But again,
1 minute.
Moving forward, I will vote accordingly at the time when it comes. And, but like I say, it's been a long day. Thank you for the time, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'm here looking to see. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good evening to all my colleagues. Good evening to the people of this territory. It's been a long day. Bill number 34-0300. I definitely won't support this. It's not my business. I will drink my water, and I'll definitely vote on all the rest measures that are here. I do support all the nominees here that we have here for us. I've been blessed that this came through the Committee of Rules. And Gerson Martinez, Dale Browne, Carl Tesitor, Learie Lindsay, and Dr. William DeLone. These are some very good candidates that will really bring a lot to the table, and I definitely will support them at the appropriate time and vote in the affirmative. Bill number 34-0244. An act amending Title 27 of the Virginia Code, Chapter 4. I definitely will be voting in the affirmative for this piece of measure. And Bill 34-0299. It's about time we get Frenchman Reef going. We definitely need these hotels open back up. That really is going to help the entire territory. Bill number 34-0289. I definitely will be voting, and I kind of understand what my colleague here is talking about. It's we definitely have to pay our people the retroactive, and we shouldn't have to wait till when they come into a political season to make this a political football. we should do what's right to our people very early in this process. It shouldn't have to reach to this. We should always look out for our people very early and make sure that they're taken care of. And bill number 34-0301, at the appropriate time, I'll definitely be supporting this measure.
1 minute.
We leave the rest of my time for Senator Javon James. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam President, for the time. I want to say congratulations to all the nominees who came before this body and showed us that they're qualified and ready for this position. I want to say a special congratulations to our very own St. Croix, our Virgin Islander, Mr. Dale Browne, who will be serving on the Virgin Islands Conservation District, Carl Testitor Jr., Dr. Learie Lindsay, Dr. William DeLone, and Gerson Martinez. Congratulations to all the nominees for their willingness to serve the people of the Virgin Islands on these various boards and commissions. As far as the bills that we have before us, the people have elected all of us to lead. And the good Madam President used to always say this with the former Senator Alicia Barnes: leaders must lead. And this is no jab to my fellow Democrats, but at some point, we need to have a majority leader, all jokes aside. You know, leaders must lead. The people have elected us and they have said, they placed their confidence in us that we can do the job. So somebody must step up and do the job. I understand we have a de facto. I respect the de facto, but the de facto have other duties that he should be focusing on. So let us do the right thing and have someone step up and be the majority leader. As far as bill number 34-0289, that speaks to making our retirees whole, I do support that bill. Who want to make it political, that's their business, but we need to pay the people of the Virgin Islands what we owe them. And I must admit, between the 33rd, the 34th legislature, and there's no job to the prior legislators or legislatures, the 33rd and 34th, they have been working hand in hand with the administration to deal with our past obligations and debt. So I'm a person that give Jack the jacket.
1 minute.
But when Jack messing up, I'm going to call it out too. So I give credit where credit is due. So I want to say thank you to my colleagues for making sure that we use our funds responsibly to deal with our retirees of this government of the Virgin Islands. As far as the special order from my good Crucian Senator,
30 seconds.
That speaks to repealing the act, I really hope and pray at some point, regardless of how it was done, I really hope and pray in the future when it comes to projects for St. Croix, that we continue to bring bills as well to move the island of St. Croix forward. So we can say, hey, people, and repeal, cool. But let us bring bills as well to move St. Croix forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam President, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I just want to really commend as well all of the nominees that were sent down to the legislature to be considered. They are fearless people. We vetted all of these individuals in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which is the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, which I'm a member of. And all of them represented themselves well, and I'm sure they're going to do justice to the commissions and the boards that they have been appointed to. I want to focus my comments regarding bill number 34-0244. I had the occasion to visit the redevelopment of Frenchman's Reef, and they are doing such a fantastic job. I want to commend them on that, and I'm looking forward to the soft opening on December 1st and their hard opening on the first quarter of 2023. I then want to really focus in on this long-awaited retroactive pay for our hardworking government workers. Some of them have even passed away waiting for this retroactive pay. And we are still going to be owing them hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a large debt. But I want to commend my colleagues because we have been chipping away at this debt for this 34th legislature. Chipping away, chipping, slowly but chipping away. So I really want to commend them, and I hope that they see the relief before the end of the year. Next, I want to touch just briefly on Bill number 34-0300. We all in here are leaders. Every single one of us. And we can lead each other, and we lead by example and follow the way. So that's just a title. It is what you do and your action that speaks the volume of leadership. That is leadership. And then finally, I want to commend the sponsor of Bill 34-0301, which in fact corrected a wrong. I was the only senator who voted not voting when that bill, that rezoning came through. Okay? So I stand firm because it was a St. Croix issue. And so I am full in support of correcting that issue and so that it can be properly vetted if should that amendment or bill come forward again. I really want to say that I'm in support of all of these bills and will be offering an amendment at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Angel Bulgas Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings and good evening. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Having already engaged and vetted some of the nominees in the Rules and Judiciary Committee, I'm in full support of their confirmation to serve in their respective boards. Each of the nominees in their own way articulated their passion and similar sentiments concerning the issues that need to be solved on their respective boards. I ask the community at large to embrace these individuals as they do the work ahead. I'm adamantly in support of Bill number 340289, retroactive pay for about 10,600 employees, a 30-year-old debt that needs to be solved. And as my colleague said, chipping away at it is the only way to solve it at this time. I commend all of the bill sponsors for this legislation and look forward to continuing the work ahead. I'm also in support of Bill number 340300, a resolution to reorganize the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 340244, the definition of naturopathic medicine. I think it's a very informational and very valuable component when it comes to the healing of our nation, when it comes to utilizing natural medicines and healing purposes. As we come from the Caribbean, it's a very important part of our culture and tradition. So we must look into our natural homeopathic medicines as well. I'm also in support of Bill number 340299, the agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Marriott Frenchman's Reef. It's about time that we get our tourism component full and whole so that we can continue the work ahead. Lastly, Bill number 340301 to repeal Section 2 of Act 8569. I'm in support of all the measures in this block and look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bulkas. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening to all. Madam President and colleagues, I had the opportunity to vet all the nominees that's before us. So I gave them a nod in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. They're all suitable and qualified in my estimation after my evaluation. And at the appropriate time, I will support those nominations. As it pertains to Bill number 34, that's 0299, the ratification of the redevelopment agreement between the GVI and the hotel owners, I will be supporting that 100%. And as I've also spoken to the EDA CEO, we need to get some movements on those projects for the island of St. Croix as well. Regarding bill number 34, that's 0289, regarding the $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities. You know, I've been telling you all day, pay the people what we owe them. We have monies. We don't have a money shortage. We got a money management problem. But the fact that we have these monies, I say pay them before we lose more individuals. With regards to the resolution to reorganize the 34th Legislature, I'll be supporting that measure as it is called up. The other two measures that's before us, or the other one, I will also support at the appropriate time. I wanted to also make mention that the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture did in fact try to follow up with Port Hamilton refining with regards to the deliverables requested during the July 14th committee hearing that they did not submit. We have also still not received the basic information from the company, including the information on its air quality monitoring, ownership and principal partners, job availabilities, and the status of the coca fire at the site.
30
However,
seconds.
on August 26th, I sent a formal letter to them re-emphasizing the committee's request and gave a deadline date of Monday, September 5th. Yes, it's a holiday. However, we want that information by then, so let's see if we get it. And colleagues, again, one of the measures that we're voting on is because the one that was special order is because, again, zoning, rezoning, and whatnot, I've always repeatedly say, has no business in the legislature. And hopefully, legal counsel will have that bill in short order.
Time.
That we will submit that and make sure that we pass legislation to put that in the proper hands. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening to all. I also rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures in this block. I want to express my gratitude to the nominees for their willingness to serve on the various commissions and boards, the opportunity to view the Committee on Rules and Judiciary as they testify and presented their qualifications and their passion in order to serve. Mr. Gerson Martinez, in particular, who is a licensed commercial fisherman, a business owner, who's been positively impacting the Virgin Islands for many years. And he also serves on the Education and Outreach Panel for the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, District Advisory Panel, and the St. Croix Fishery Advisory Council. So I commend him for his willingness to serve. Also, Mr. Dale Browne, who has been nominated for a 3-year term as a farmer and landowner of the Virgin Islands Conservation District. So Mr. Browne has been a farmer, an activist, agriculturalist, an advocate for local food for decades, and I'm convinced that his contribution to this board will be of great value. And the other nominees also have shown their willingness to serve. So thank you for your service. With regards to Bill number 34-0289, enact amending Act number 8474 relating to operating budget for the government of Virgin Islands to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay the outstanding liability from the general fund. We know that with the high cost of inflation, the high cost of fuel, among other things, I think it's more than time to start making a whole some of these individuals that have been owed for many years.
1 minute.
So I rise in support of that measure. And with regards to Bill 340299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement between the government of Virgin Islands and the hotel owners, I think it's crucial more than ever to bring back online Frenchman Reef and provide jobs for our people in our territory. But I also stand with some of my colleagues in the presentation that we want to make sure that our people not only serve as
30 seconds.
janitorial services or cleaning, but also an executive and management level in these companies. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting on these measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Saru, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. I want to thank those serving, those who put themselves up for service. I will, for the various boards, they require a lot of work and dedication, so I want to thank them, and I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. We had a good discussion. I mean, I'm a little stressed that our retroactive bill received less time than a bill for the hotel. But it was evident, I do stand in support of retroactive payment to government employees because it's theirs. However, when the bill came before us, the executive branch must do their legwork. The numbers were off. We didn't have a clear, accurate depiction of what rate they were using. So I hope that tomorrow when we come for budget wrap-up, that the picture is clear as to who will receive, how they receive it, and at what rate they'll receive it. So I will support the retroactive payment. We just have to ensure that that is executed in the most appropriate manner. And lastly, the special ordered bill this afternoon. The permits were pulled, they were withdrawn. And I want to make it abundantly clear to members of this body, and if we're looking at the RUM revenues reports, the GERS is on a path to solvency because of the rum distilleries and St. Croix. St. Croix and the industry, that's the industry that we've used and their revenues to save the system. And if you look at the reports, this government subsidizes a molasses subsidy of 16 cents
1 minute.
to the rum companies. 16 cents. That totals this government roughly between 25 to 30 million. We import molasses. And if we are able to generate our own molasses locally, we would be saving, it'll be a net positive for the government of the Virgin Islands. So it's easy to repeal a legislation, but bring a legislation that is going to spur economic development and allow small craft distilleries with
30
the
seconds.
appropriate limitations. So it's easy for us to go in a different direction, but we have to understand the importance of revenue generation. $25 to $30 million we subsidize rum companies for molasses. It's about time, it's high time that we have local molasses that will save this government 25 to 30 million. We cannot kill economic development over and over again. So repeal, but I challenge the author of the repeal to bring a legislation that allows for small craft distilleries within the appropriate confines. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Potter, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good evening to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam President, I rise in support of the vast majority, if not all, of the items that are before us this evening. I had the honor of serving as Rules Chair. I had the opportunity to vet all of the items, all of the nominees who are before us today, who are nominated to serve in several very important boards and commissions in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Service is a noble calling of the highest order, and I really respect and appreciate the willingness of these very qualified individuals to serve. Mr. Gerson Martinez to the VA Aquaculture and Mariculture Commission, a very qualified individual, a very committed individual who's been around the industry for decades. Mr. Dale Browne, who is a very outstanding Crucian and agriculture specialist, a farmer who has been in the farming industry for decades successfully. He's a conservationist, and I think he will add tremendous value to this, this board. Mr. Carl Tesitor Jr., also very eminently qualified, as well as Dr. Learie Lindsay and Dr. William DeLone. Dr. William DeLone stood out in that he is, in fact, one of the founders of the UVI RT Park, and he pledged his commitment to ensuring that young Virgin Islanders received those critical tech jobs offered by the RT Park.
1 minute.
With regards to Bill number 34-0289, the retro bill, absolutely in support of that initiative. The government of the Virgin Islands has not only a legal but a moral obligation towards paying, I guess, living up to their end of the bargain in good faith negotiations. So absolutely, it's been 3 decades since the early 90s, since that obligation was there on the books. So I'm very, very pleased that this is an opportunity in these critical economic times for us to begin to continue to
30
contribute
seconds.
to fixing the outstanding financial obligations that we owe government employees. I rise also in support, obviously, of the Frenchman Reef Redevelopment Agreement. Had a privilege of touring the facility and seeing the progress that was made there. It is really going to be an outstanding property, and the 400 plus employment opportunities and hotel rooms are definitely going to be beneficial to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Madam President, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Vela, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, and thank you, Madam President. I heard one of our senators say that I voted not voting. But if you voted not voting, meaning that you did not vote. So I don't understand how those words are used to try to justify a decision that was made in reference to the distillery. But just for the record, the appeal that was filed with the Bureau of Land Use Appeal was pulled by the appellant. The hearing was on Friday, and the appellant and all the petitioners pulled the appeal. The owner of Prosperity Farm, after discussion with myself, with his attorney, we encourage him to revoke the permit for the distillery until we're able to provide language, since it was such an uproar. The Bureau of Land Use Appeal didn't just revoke. The owner of Prosperity Farm said, pull the distillery, I will only build the cane crushing facility, and I will not distill on the land. The government of Puerto Rico opened the doors and said, come to Puerto Rico. We'll give you 1,000 acres. We'll give you access to a distillery. We'll allow you to function in Puerto Rico. Are we having a discussion in this legislature about rum when we just passed a SPV and rum that is produced on St. Croix? To save the retirement system, we just passed a special purpose vehicle based on the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. And then we act in here like we are blind because of a craft distillery. When there are two already located on St. Thomas, when there's Mutiny Vodka in the middle of Cyan Farm.
1 minute.
But we act like we're doing something so noble. Come with economic development. I have no issue in voting to revoke the permit, but the whereas clauses, garbage. And we're going to go back and revisit. And let me end with saying, revisit that craft distillery. Let me end with saying, I am the sponsor of the economic recovery fee for the Hotel Development Act.
30
3
seconds.
years in this legislature, I work on that bill. Over 500 jobs are going to be provided on the island of St. Thomas. Over $1 billion in 10 years. That's economic recovery. That's bringing jobs to the Virgin Islands. Not saying no, 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 and don't have any vision. We need to move the Virgin Islands. We need to move St. Croix. St. Thomas collects double the income tax that St. Croix collects. That's a result of jobs. So if we're going to continue to pull wool over our eyes and don't want to move and don't want to have the hard discussion, what's so hard for us to sit here and craft a bill that would work?
Time.
I'll end, Madam President. I said that I was submitting, and I have legislation written, to limit the scope and size of craft distilleries to no more than 170,000 gallons, plus environmental concern, plus sourcing the produce on the land.
Called.
Let's start playing games. Thank you,
Yes.
Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blayden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of all the bills in this block. Let me start by saying I want to give kudos to those individuals who came forward for public service when it comes to the different boards and commissions. It's not easy, but I want to thank you for your service moving forward, and I'm here to support you in any way I can. Bill number 34-0299, the former Frenchman reef. This is a major accomplishment, in my opinion, when it comes to not only economic development, but housing. And I look at it from that perspective because in here, my first name is housing, my second name is economic development. And with 400 plus room coming on board, I know it's going to free up some locals who had their homes to assist with the shortfall in this district to put their homes back on Section 8 and other rental areas. So it makes sense, and I'm happy to be a supporter. Also, when it comes to this piece of legislation, it actually paves the way for financing when it comes to hotel development, and it's a very good bill. Bill number 34-0289 that deals with a $40 million retroactive pay and a 30-year debt of the government. So it's going to help drive down that debt for the government and at the same time assist many retirees and government employees with their long overdue retroactive pay that they deserve and worked hard for. So of course I do support that. Bill number 34-0300 that reorganized the legislature again. Of course, we know we have a new senator that just came on board.
1 minute.
So we had to do what we had to do at the majority. And of course, I do support that bill. And bill number 34-0244 that deals with the practice of naturopathic therapy. I am a sponsor of this piece of legislation also. And we know here in the Caribbean, we have a lot of natural healers, etc. And it is time that, we bring forth legislation that can assist those individuals and assure that
30
they
seconds.
practice their craft in a safe and orderly manner. And Madam President, I thank you for the time, and I look forward to voting in affirmative in all the bills in this block. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening to the listening and viewing audience. I rise in support of all the measures in this block. I want to again thank the individuals who stepped up for government service to serve on our respective boards and commissions. To Mr. Gerson Martinez, Dale Browne, Dr. Learie Lindsay, Dr. William DeLone, and Mr. Carl Testitor, thank you for stepping forward, and I'll be voting in the affirmative in promotion of medical, technological, agriculture, all the areas to move our society forward, and emphasizing the importance of them stepping up and ensuring that they're transparent through their work on the board. I am the sponsor of, and I want to thank another fellow senator who just spoke for his support for the naturopathic medicine measure. It's important that we move forward because the focus should really be on us preventing illnesses. And I do have a companion bill to be coming forward as well. I support and long support retroactive payment for our people as one who has championed retroactive payment through my previous employment and going forward, so I certainly support this measure. Bill number 34-0301. I want to really emphasize the importance of this measure. For one, I wholly support economic development because that's why I believe in the importance of supporting our local businesses, which I've championed the entire time of my service and continuing on. So I continue to champion that. But I'll emphasize that this is a measure that impacted a community that we should have consulted before we passed the measure. And that is the way it should go for all our communities when we're going to make significant changes in a neighborhood. And I will emphasize that it's not about the actual rum distillation, it's a location. And I will certainly support efforts in the future as long as it's in support of the safety of our people. For too long, especially the persons in the town of, and Frederick said, downwind, have suffered from economic oppression, as I have see it. And so it is important that we safeguard and we balance economic development and environmental safety. So I would say that I submit today that the effort today is to repeal Section 2, to restore the provision that our agricultural land, that there will be no rum distillation, and certainly support in any forward movement. And we have to, and the importance of it is that, and as we go forward as a body, that we make decisions, especially when it comes to zoning, that we make sure that we consult the people who live there. I want to thank the advocates for stepping up.
Time.
And to all my colleagues who will support this measure. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures in this block that we're doing. Certainly, the resolution to reorganize. I support that measure, as well as the nominees. I had the opportunity, as being a part of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, to certainly vet the nominees that came before us. And I continue to admonish those individuals and nominees to not only just join these boards, but go there and make a difference, make an impact on these boards. Mr. Gerson Martinez, Dale Browne, Carl Testitor, Dr. Learie Lindsay, and Dr. William DeLone. Again, go there and shake up the bottle and make an impact. The Virgin Islands Conservation District is one of those boards that should not be taken lightly. Certainly, I want to commend the administration for naming individuals to this very, very important board that has been vacant and dormant for quite some time. It's a very, very necessary board. So I'm happy to see the naming of that. Of course, I want to I will be supporting the Frenchman's Reef reopening and Bill 34-0299. I had the opportunity to walk through that facility. And I'll tell you that those individuals, those developers and investors are they really convinced me. I believe that they're good community partners, and they have worked hard to make sure that they're meeting the needs of this community, and has really worked with all of the stakeholders to make sure that that happens. In respect to the retroactive pay, of course, I'm one of the primary bill sponsor and the retroactive payment to our retirees as well as our active and employees, and this is long overdue, and I'm happy to have been a part of this process to make sure that these individuals are paid up, especially in light of the fact that these numbers of people that have been deceased over the last several years.
1 minute.
I believe that in the average of over the last 12 years, we have lost almost 3,000 of our government employees who have gone home. And yes, the beneficiary might benefit from this, but certainly, they could benefit from it because they're the one that put in the hard work. On the certainly Bill 34-0301, 0301, the repeal, I want to say that I believe that emotions have really run afoul of economic development.
30 seconds.
I truly believe that there was an opportunity for us to be able to compromise on that piece of legislation. It's critical that we continue to really, vet these measures and allow for economic development to come. Cruise and Rum, they right smack of a community. Diageo, right smack of a community. They have to endure the same issues there. They have to endure the very same issues. So one going to be better than the other? I believe that there was an opportunity, and yes, there might have been a better way for us to really have approached this situation, but nonetheless, I believe that economic development is essential to us moving forward, and there could have been a fair compromise there. But we will be repealing today, and I'm working, hopefully that we could work to really work on this particular issue to save this industry. For the benefit of all people. $14 million invested, 15 employees. Who going to take care of them? Thank you very much, Madam President, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I, too, rise in support of all of the measures in this block. Yes, I know. I rise in support of the measures in this block. Our resolution 34-0300. Of course, the purpose of this resolution is to allow us to ensure that our new colleague is able to vote in committees. So I don't want it to be lost on us that a lot has happened in this institution, and we have a new colleague. And in fact, in order for him to vote and to participate in earnest in the respective committees, we need to ensure that we are able to place him in committees, and that is done via a resolution. So let's be clear on that, colleagues. I also rise in support of the nominees in this block, but I particularly want to say that I'm happy to support Mr. Dale Browne. He has been a voice for the farmers here in the Virgin Islands for quite some time. Before I actually met him, I knew of him, because he is not afraid to speak out on behalf of farmers. He's not afraid to speak out on behalf of protecting the land of the Virgin Islands. So I'm asking my colleagues to please support Mr. Browne, but I support all of the other nominees here. Bill number 34-0299, of course, we heard extensive discussion on that today on the redevelopment agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3, Frenchman's Reef. And Frenchman's Reef means a lot to the people of St. Thomas. It's part of the fiber of the St. Thomas community. And I'm going to venture to say the Virgin Islands community. We've celebrated Father's Day, Mother's Day, our sorority conferences, and we have an 800 banquet hall that's coming back to the Virgin Islands, so that's a good thing, right? And of course, it provides small business opportunities as well. So it's not only about the hotel owners, but it also provides opportunities for small businesses here in the Virgin Islands. Bill number 34-0301, and this is the matter around the craft distillery issue. I've heard the arguments, and there is excellent arguments on both sides. But the one thing that I will say, this has been a lesson learned for myself. This measure, well, it's a good measure. It is important that matters of this nature be properly vetted. There is a process that occurs, that's legislated, that lays out exactly what should happen when we're making zoning changes. And, you know, I don't think we should stop short of the particular area in Frederiksted. It is important that we share with our constituents that, in fact, this amendment impacts all agricultural land in the Virgin Islands. So this is just not an amendment for this particular area. it impacts overall. So if this were to stay as it is, then we could, anybody could decide that they want to place a craft distillery wherever they choose on agriculture land in the Virgin Islands. So we have to be mindful of these things. I am prepared to work with my colleague on whatever new bill that comes forward to address craft distillery, because I agree that economic development is important to the people of the Virgin Islands, and economic development is critically important to the island of St. Croix. So yes, we have to do what we have to do. So when we push, we got pull. So all of us have a responsibility and on looking at this issue. But let us make sure that when we do these things, we have to do them the right way so we could all understand. We have to trust but verify. Bill number 34-0289. Of course, I've heard the conversation around this measure, the $40,000 to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund for government employees. 40 million, what did I say, 40,000, 40 million. I want to remind every single one of us, while we may be in a political climate, the government of the Virgin Islands is not for profit. Is a not-for-profit entity. So in years when we see surpluses, we need to do the right thing with it. It just happens so that this particular year is an election year. But we are not in the business for profit, so we cannot leave these funds on the books. Our responsibility is to take care of our constituents. So that's what we're doing. But the one thing I have to say, when the governor sent this bill down, right? Initially, so Senator Francis and I put this bill in for $25 billion sometime in January of this year. The governor sent down the bill, And then I called them. I called OMB and I called the governor. I'm going to be straight up here. And I said, look, $25 million ain't enough money, I spoke to Senator Francis about it. But I have to work on my politics, because what I should have done was send out a press release and say that I am moving to appropriate the additional $15 million. So I missed the boat on that. But it's all part of the learning process. So at the end of the day, we are able to move this measure, and based on the fact that all of our colleagues, for the most part, have signed on this particular piece of legislation, it's not only a win for us here in this institution, but it's a win for all of those government employees and their families. It's a win for them that we are able to move this measure forward, because the pandemic, while it may have been a challenge for us as Virgin Islanders, it also was an opportunity for us to see additional revenues. It's a good thing. And I'm going to close by saying this. When we work together, great things happen. When we fight, the people get trampled. So it is my fervent hope that as we close and look to the end of this 34th Legislature, that we will work together and bring other great measures that will support the people of the Virgin Islands. They're counting on us. And I almost said, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to call up the first item in this block.
Bill number 34-0300, a resolution to reorganize the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to fill a vacancy in the Majority Caucus.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bogus Jr. Senator Bogus Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, yeah. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 11 yeas, 2 nays, 2 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0300, a resolution to reorganize the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to fill a vacancy in the Majority Caucus, has been approved by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. What did you say? I didn't hear him. I did not hear him. I didn't hear him. Madam Clerk, next item, please. I did not hear you. I apologize. I didn't hear you.
Gerson Martinez, VI Aquaculture and Mariculture Commission.
Roll call on. Colleagues, I'm going to ask that we have a little order, please. Madam Clerk, roll call on Mr. Let me make sure. Gerson Martinez, VA Aquaculture and Mariculture Commission.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bogus Jr.
I didn't hear you.
Senator Bogus? Yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla Joseph? Senator Carla Joseph, yeah. Senator Melton Potter? Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru? Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Cord A. VLA? Senator VLA, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker? Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 15 years.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Gerson Martinez for the Virgin Islands Aquaculture and Mariculture Commission has been confirmed by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. Next item.
Dale Browne, Virgin Islands Conservation District.
Marvin
call,
Blyden.
please.
Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bosques. I'm sorry. Bosques. Yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Yeah. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, yeah. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 15 years.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the nomination of Mr. Dale Browne to serve on the Virgin Islands Conservation District has been confirmed by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. Next item, please.
Carl Tesitor Jr., Virgin Islands Conservation District.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bosques. Yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, yeah. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 15 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Carl Tesitor Jr. to serve on the Virgin Islands Conservation District has been confirmed by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. Madam Clerk, next nominee, please.
Dr. Learie Lindsay, VI Board of Medical Examiners.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bosques. Senator Bosques, yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Court A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Dr. Learie Lindsay to serve on the VI Board of Examiners has been confirmed by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. Next nominee, please.
Dr. William DeLone, UVI Research and Technology Park Board of Directors.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bogus Jr. Senator Bolkes, yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Norval E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Court A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 15 years.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. William DeLone to serve on the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Board of Directors has been confirmed by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 34, that's 0244, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 191, to expand and clarify the definition of naturopathic medicine and the physical modalities used in the practice of naturopathy. Not naturopathy.
Roll call on Bill number 34, that's 0244.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bogus Jr.
Bolkes.
Senator Bolkes, yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Norval E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yeah. Senator Court A. Viale. Senator Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yeah. Madam President, we have 15 years.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0244, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 191A and D to expand and clarify the definition of neuropathic medicine and the physical modalities used in the practice of neuropathy has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation.
Roll call on Bill number 34-0299.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Please mark Senator Gittins' vote as yes, please.
Madam President, 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0299, an act ratifying the redevelopment agreement by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and CREF 3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., a United States Virgin Islands corporation, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Bill number 34-0301, an act repealing Section 2 of Act 8569 relating to the definition of agriculture processing plant.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. 301. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, not voting. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, 14 yeas, 1 not voting.
That's 0301. Please change Senator Saro's vote to yes, please. Bill number 34-0301, an act repealing section. Please give me a retally with the change of the vote.
Madam
before I
President,
say
we have
this.
15 yeas.
Bill number 34-0301, an act repealing section 2 of Act 8569 relating to the definition of agriculture processing plant has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration. Senator Vila, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I vote for reconsideration of Bill number 34-0301. I so move.
The motion for reconsideration of Bill number 34-0301 has been properly moved by Senator Kurt A. Vila, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator Whitaker. 2-minute debate time. Two minutes. Madam Clerk, please put 2 minutes on the clock for the mover of the motion and the object. Yes, I heard. I heard. I heard. I heard. Roll call on the motion that's before us as it relates to the motion for reconsideration.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, not voting. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yea. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Yes. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vila. Senator Vila, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, nay. Madam President, we have 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 not voting.
Please, colleagues, I need order so I can be focused here. Please, Senator DeGraff, record his vote as no, please.
Madam President, we have 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion for reconsideration is adopted. Senator Vila, you're recognized for your motion, for your
Thank
amendment.
you.
That's what you said.
Amendment, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move amendment number 34-621. Bill number 34-0301 is amended by striking all the whereas clauses appearing before the enactment clause. I so move.
Amendment number 34-621 has been properly moved by Senator Kurt A. Vila, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator Whitaker. Now we're going to have 2 minutes debate time. Yes. It's been a long day. Madam Clerk, please put 2 minutes on the clock for the proponent and 2 minutes on the clock for the objector. Senator Vila, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I await to hear what the objector has to say. I reserve the balance of my time. Yeah, that's what I said. I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay.
The whereas clauses.
Senator Whitaker, you may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. The whereas clauses in the legislation is very critical. The whereas clauses outline the actions leading to today, the actions taken back by this legislature and approved by the governor on April 11, 2022. It also includes language of the advocates as their rationale also for requesting a repeal. So it's both on the side of the individuals who brought this matter, as well as the combination of my own concerns for this measure in the first place. Again, what this measure seeks to do is to restore the agriculture provision within our law, that we will not have run distillation on agricultural land. And to gut out and to take away the whereas clauses and to just undermine the measure is, I don't know what the movement is seeking to do. Again, the whereas clauses, and to the public, I encourage you, as I continue to encourage every session and committee hearings, you can obtain the bill for yourself. Go to my Facebook page, go to and specifically legvi.org, pull up the bill, and you can get the information for yourself and read the whereas clauses for yourself as well on the entire bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Madam Clerk, how much time is left on the clock for Senator Veely?
1 minute, 50 seconds.
Senator Veely, you're recognized for your 1 minute, 50 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Whereas clause are not enactment clauses. Whereas clause is just a brief description. The purpose of this particular bill is to revoke and repeal. The purpose of this bill is not to tell a narrative as prescribed by the sponsor who's talking about Spaceforce page and all these other areas where you could get information. What does that have to do with this legislature moving legislation forward? We must deal with enactment. The whereas clause, self-fulfilling to the sponsor. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Veely. Madam Clerk, please advise how much time is left on the clock for Senator Whitaker.
46 seconds.
Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 46 seconds.
I'm not going to get personal here because we talk about self-serving. I'm not going to go there. I'm here today for the people of St. Croix and people of the Virgin Islands, because ultimately, not only this is an example of us making sure that we do our due diligence as senators to ensure that we respect people's neighborhoods and their environments. Again, this measure seeks to restore that provision, and the whereas clauses simply delineate what took place, the action in us removing the provision and the requirements that rum distilleries are not erected on agricultural land. And it also outlines the concerns raised in the actions taken leading up to today, as well as the action needed that we need to take today. And we have whereas clauses throughout various legislation, and it's important that we do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. You have exhausted all your time.
1 minute, 6 seconds for Senator Veely.
Senator Veely, you're recognized for your 1 minute, 6 seconds.
The only part of this bill that is going to go into effect is Section 1 and Section 2. If you read the whereas clauses, it is a narrative as prescribed by the sponsor of the bill. Nowhere in this whereas clause does it state that this was heard by Bloor on Friday and the owner of Prosperity Farm pull the distillery permit. Nowhere in this whereas clause does it state that those who petitioned Bloor withdrew the petition. So this is a partial story
30
to
seconds.
satisfy the sponsor. It is not the full story. If you want to have the full story, then you have to go to the Bloor discussion and what took place during that formal hearing where the appellants pulled their appeal and the owner of Prosperity Farm clearly pulled the permit for the distillery. That is the truth to the story. The enactment clause stays the same. So how is this undermining anything? I mean, at some point, we got to be real in this institution.
Time.
Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Veely. Madam Clerk. All the time has been expired. Madam Clerk, roll call on amendment number 34-621.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Nay. Senator Carrion, nay. Yay. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Suru. Senator Suru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, nay. Madam President, we have 11 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Amendment number 34-621 has been adopted. Amendment, I need to state that over. Amendment number 34-621 to Bill number 34-0301 is adopted. Roll call on Bill, Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill number 34-30301, please, as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yes. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Suru. Senator Suru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker. What was it? Senator Whitaker, yea. Madam President, we have 14 yeas, 1 nay.
Please change Senator Bolquez's vote to yes.
Madam President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Bill number 34-0301, an act repealing Section 2 of Act 8569 relating to the definition of agriculture processing plant as amended has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Bill number 34-0289, an act amending Act number 8474 relating to the fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do I hear an amendment? Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you so kindly, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to offer amendment number 34-619. Amendment to Bill number 34-0289, which is offered by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Javon E. James, Senator Angel Boquez Jr., Senator Milton Potter, Senator Janelle K. Sarro, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, and myself, Carla Joseph. Bill number 34-0289 is amended by adding 3 appropriately numbered sections. Section Act 8474, Section 1 is amended in the following instances. A, subsection U is amended by adding a new line after the line item P&P renewal insurance premium to read payment of outstanding fuel purchase One Love gas station in the amount of $573,725 and in total org 600 Department of Property and Procurement by striking $11,405,331 and inserting $11,979,056 in its place. Section Act number 8486 is amended in Section 1 in the following instances. A line item is added after the line item 7100 Schneider Regional Medical Center to read SRMC Judgment for Roy's Construction, Inc. in the amount of $1,942,875.78. B, 4 line items are added after the line item 7100 Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center to read JFL Stonehouse Group, $650,000. JFL Island Northwest Health Services, $580,000. Titan Medical Group LLC and Titan Nurse Staffing LLC, $600,000. JFL Interstaff, $350,000. C, the lines for Total Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation and Total General Fund are amended by striking both occurrences of $55 million and inserting $59,122,875.78 in their place. Section 8, the sum of $100,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022 from the interest on debt services or from any available funds to the Division of Personnel for the operation of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission. B, the sum appropriated in Section A remains available until expended. I so move.
Amendment number 34-619 to Bill number 34-0289 has been properly moved by Senator Carla J. Joseph, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Alma Francis Heiliger, Angel Boquez. Hearing no, is there an objection? Objected to by Kurt A. Viale. Madam Clerk, please put 2 minutes on the clock for the proponent and the objector.
You're building me up.
Senator Kurt Vealy.
Thank
2
you,
minutes on
Madam
the clock.
President. I would like the sponsor of the amendment, or who offered the amendment, to just explain in layman terms what the amendment seeks to achieve.
Thank
I
you.
reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Vealy. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Okay, first let's go to this amendment. The governor did send down a supplemental for us, and we're looking at the first portion of the section that deals with payments that is owed to One Love gas station. And then we go to the second section, which really deals with a number of settlements that are owed by the government of the Virgin Islands to various entities for the Wong F. Louis Hospital on our big island of St. Croix. So we're making them whole. And then we move on to the $100,000. That in particular is of interest to us because what that does, it allows us to actually extend the time frame of the monies that goes towards the Virgin Islands public officials compensation. This piece was actually put in place in 2014, and the monies had expired because it could only last for a certain number of times. So this extends that expiration date.
30 seconds.
Yes, I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
1 minute, 48
Senator-
seconds for Senator Vealy.
Please, how many? What's the time that's left for Senator Vealy?
1 minute, 48 seconds for Senator Vealy.
Senator Vealy, you're recognized for your 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Thank you, Madam President. Are there any monies in this measure for Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital? I reserve the balance of my time.
30 seconds, Senator Joseph.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Yes, and I thank you so much. I did miss that part. There are monies in here for Roy Leicester Schneider Hospital, as I read into the record. There is monies for Roy Construction, and it goes towards the Schneider Regional Medical Center. So there is over $1 million there for Roy Leicester Schneider Hospital as well. $1.9 million.
Time.
Senator, your time has been called.
1 minute, 42 seconds.
Senator Vealy, you're recognized for your 1 minute, 42 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to have a thorough explanation as to what the amendment seeks to achieve and to let individuals know that all of these are a result of settlement agreements with Department of Justice and Wang Louis and Roy Leicester Snyder, and also for outstanding obligations owed by this government for the procurement of gas. I withdraw my opposition. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Vealy.
Can I be seated now?
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, roll call on amendment amendment. Colleagues, y'all have to give me a break, please. Amendment 34-619 has been properly moved. Roll call on amendment 34-619 to bill number 34-0289. Please, Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. not voting. That don't mean not voting. I don't have that as an option. Not voting. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam President, we have 14 yeas, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Amendment number 34-619 to Bill number 34-0289 has been adopted. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move amendment number 34-568, offered by myself, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Viale, Senator Carrion, Senator Francis, Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson, Senator Giddens, Senator Blyden, Senator Bulquist. Bill number 34, section blank, Act number 8356, section 1 is amended by inserting for travel expenses, sports equipment, uniforms, sports-related software, and other sports-related purposes after the Department of Education, by striking the before Virgin Islands public high schools, and by striking in games in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Section blank, Act number 8494, Section 1 is amended by inserting travel expenses, sports equipment, sports-related software, and other sports-related purposes before interscholastic competition. I so move. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on.
Amendment number 34-568 to Bill number 34-0289 has been properly moved by Senator Janelle K. Saru, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator Javon E. James Sr. Madam Clerk, please place 2 minutes on the clock for each, for the opponent and the proponent. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
I will await comments from the objector. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Giovanni James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Any bill that speaks to appropriating funds is only right and out of fairness for the people of the Virgin Islands who are watching this hearing to have a level of transparency. I do support the youth of this territory and understand the importance of the bill. For those who do not understand, I'm just asking for the sponsor of this amendment to clearly explain to the people of the Virgin Islands what we'll be doing with this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator James.
1 minute, 55 seconds to Senator Saru.
Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Thank you. This legislation does not appropriate anything. What it does is extend the scope of Act 8356 and Act 8494, because funds come from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, $500,000 to education for interscholastic sports, and it only limited the sports to having to travel between the Virgin Islands and to Puerto Rico. We are now allowing them to travel to the States and other places using the funding. In addition to that, we're also allowing them to use the funding for the uniforms, sports, equipment, and other sports-related purposes. If we're serious about sports tourism, we have to make some changes. And to date, that account has accumulated $1.5 million, as sports has not been really in full effect since the beginning of the pandemic. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Saru.
1 minute, 34 seconds for Senator James.
Senator James, you're recognized for your 1 minute, 34 seconds.
Madam President, as I said before, I want to make it very clear, this is not against the measure. And as the sponsor of this amendment made mention of $1 million, it does correlate with appropriations and broadening the scope so our youth of this territory can be able to tap into funds. So, like I said, anything to do with or correlating with funds does need a certain level of transparency. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator James.
1 minute, 2 seconds for Senator Saru.
Senator Saru, you recognize your 1 minute, 2 seconds.
Thank you, and I want the public to have the misnomer that we are appropriating funds. We are extending the scope of the uses of the fund, and I am happy to be of service to you to explain what the amendment does. I reserve the balance of my time.
1 minute, 6 seconds for Senator James.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator James, you recognize for your 1 minute, 6 seconds.
Yes, so I am not going to be doing this all day. Like I said, it's just a matter of transparency. This bill does reference travel expenses, and the good sponsor of the amendment says he's broadening the scope, which speaks to funds. So it is very important for the people of the Virgin Islands to understand what we're doing with these measures, so we don't have our next situation where we're passing amendments and individuals do not know. I have nothing else to say, and I withdraw my objection. Love you.
Watching me, he have to withdraw.
Thank you, Senators. I am still going to call for a vote on this. Madam Clerk, roll call on amendment number 34-568 to bill number 34-0289.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Yes. Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Yay. Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Amendment number 34-568 to bill number 34-0289 has been adopted. Do I hear an amendment? Senator Francis, you recognize your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to offer amendment number 34-620, an amendment being offered to bill number 34-0289 on behalf of Senate President Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0289 is amended by adding an appropriate number section that reads as follows. Section blank, the sum to be paid to the government of the Virgin Islands employees and retirees as provided for in Section 1 must be paid on an equal percentage basis on the balance owed so that all funds are exhausted. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 34-620 has been properly moved by Senator Novelle Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Angel Bolquez. I'm going to ask for a vote just for consistency with this particular bill. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Yes. Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam President, 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Amendment number 34-620 to Bill number 34-0289 has been adopted. Roll call on Bill number 34-0289 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam President, 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0289, an act amending Act number 8474 relating to the fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate the sum of $40 million to pay outstanding liabilities from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, as amended, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration. Colleagues, I think all of us deserve to drop the mic today. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam President. It's certainly been a long day. It's 8:47 p.m. Thank you, colleagues, for a productive day. But before we leave, I just wanted to say special happy birthday greetings going out to Miss Ma Dowdy, who will be 100 years old this Saturday, born September 3rd, 1922. I have submitted a resolution draft request in that number of 22-11110, colleagues, if you don't mind, because a lot of us would want to reach the 100 years. So at the appropriate time, I'll ask you for your support for that centennial celebration of this living treasure. I pray God continues to bless and keep her for many years to come. Lastly, happy birthday greetings going out to Miss Lucinda Benjamin, who also made 98 years old today. Miss Lucinda Benjamin was also born on the island of St. Croix on August 30th, 1924. And as she celebrated today with her friends and family, we wish her all the best and God's blessings and continued health to her as well. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, for those birthday wishes for the elderly in our community. It is indeed a blessing to get to that age. Yes, it is. Colleagues, we are at the end of today's agenda. I want to thank each and every one of you for staying in the paint. I'm going to say it again. Great things happen when we work together. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the essential staff, employees, particularly our media division, journal, legal, transportation, security, our custodial services, the executive director's office, and of course, all of the staff of the senators, as well as my staff. I want to thank you for staying in the paint with us. And I don't know did we say journal? Because we can't do it without these ladies here. There's no other business. If there's no other business, the legislative session of August 30th, 2022 is hereby adjourned.